to help you, to be with you for the next few hours and hopefully understand what's going on here. The match is tied at 1.5 each, and we are approaching the final stages of this match. Every move is going to be more important as we go closer to the finish line, right?
Yes.
What are we expecting today?
Expecting interesting game.
Interesting game. Yes, yes. There are really the first two games were extremely exciting. The third game was a bit of taking some breather for both players. And we are back to action. In the last three games, as we said before, Lei will have two white games, which gives her slight advantage, right? On the other hand, both players are really level in their skills, even in their forms, and let's see. We can see that they already played a few moves. We just spoke before the round started. We spoke with the Cho that we expected d4 to be played, and pretty much I think we should expect d4 to be played till the rest of the match. But we do have some surprise. So this time Tang goes for Queen's Gambit declined. Instead, in the previous match, in the previous game, black game, she took on c4 here, but now she goes to knight f6, which is the more normal for her as well. This is her usual opening.
And Lei play g3.
G3, and we go to the Catalan, right? The Catalan is basically white temporarily and sometimes even not so temporarily gives up a pawn, and the pawn will be recaptured, as we can see. Sorry, let's follow through. So bishop g2 castle, this is all theory. The pawn is captured on c4, but black is not in time to protect, to be able to keep this pawn, this extra pawn. So white immediately takes the pawn back. But as we can see, and as we've been taught in the beginning of our careers, you should rarely try to move many times with the same piece in the opening, and especially with the queen. Right?
Yes, and avoid to take out the queen later on. Avoid to take this so quickly.
Yes, because it will get under attack, and by attacking the queen, the opposite side will be able to develop her pieces, while we need to protect our queen. Anyway, this is nothing new. This is a theory of many years, and as we can see, both players play it very fastly. So the main idea for white is that now we hope to put some pressure on the queen side, right? Again, this bishop on g2 gives us some long-term pressure along the king side, and those moves, although they are active and they allow black to develop the pieces very quickly, they do weaken the queen side a little bit. So for instance, they weaken the c6 square, which can sometimes be the target for white's game. But again, those are the general principles, but in nowadays chess, the concrete moves are not less important than those strategic general ideas, and the concrete play goes like that: bishop b7, bishop d2, bishop e4. So black
attack the queen again.
Attack the queen again, and this is a quite strong forepost for the bishop on e4 for now, right? And
knight c6.
By first moving, for instance, why was this important? Because if we wanted to play knight c6 immediately, the knight would get under those pins by the bishop on g2, which would be unpleasant. So first we will let the bishop go to e4, and only now we play knight c6, and this is also with a threat, right? We are threatening on d4. And this is one of the very known positions in this in this line, right?
Yes.
And white has basically
she has to protect d4 anyways, so the move that played mostly was bishop e3.
Bishop e3 is the most common move, and another move which is less common is e3 here, right?
This is considered not so good because you just block your black bishop inside.
Yeah. So
and you have weakened your queen side, especially the knight.
yes, and exactly. So this can be now, instead of white putting pressure, so we can imagine some scenarios where, let's say, if we manage with black to prevent knight c3, then queen d5 would be quite an unpleasant pressure along the long diagonal. So e3 is probably not the best move, and as we can see, Lei did play bishop e3, which is the main move here in this position. So what are our plans with both sides? With white, we already said that, right? We want to use this slightly weakened C file to put pressure. And even without me finishing the sentence, we can now understand why black plays rook c8, right? So
she's trying to protect this file, or maybe later on there's some chance to push this, the pawn to c5 to have a counterplay.
Totally agree. Yes. So basically, it will be a struggle between black trying to play c5, and black is claiming that once I play c5, and there are some piece exchanges along the way.
Yeah.
So even if white does have a very, very slight advantage, black is not really risking too much, because there are only two open files, which will cause massive, which normally goes to some massive exchanges along those lines, those files, and then white's pressure is so negligible that we can be, it's always close to a draw, right? On the other hand, black still needs to do all that, right? So one of the things that black might find quite tricky to do is this queen on d8, which, for instance, if we just play rook d1, black might find it quite difficult to play c5,
yes.
because the queen, for just let's say, for instance, for illustration purposes only. So let's say we play like rook d1, knight a5, freeing c5. So c5 is impossible now, because the rook will just attack the queen, right, and we have just won a pawn. So black will need to address this problem, and there are ways to do that. So first of all, we can always move the queen to e8, or sometimes we even might first play knight d7 and only then try to play
knight
c5
d5.
or knight d5, which is a much more active move. Yes. Okay, and I have a question for both of us now. Let's say I want to exchange this bishop. What does black do here? Is there even such a move? There is no such move. Okay.
There's no such move.
And I think I know why.
Because you're going to lose a pawn on d4.
I think, yes. I think the main idea is that we just lose a pawn like that. And for that reason, by the way, so for that reason, I think rook c8 is also important, because it actually creates the threat of taking on f3 and taking on d4.
Yeah, it frees the rook from the attacking from g2 bishop.
Because right now it would be impossible, very important not to take the rook on a8 immediately.
Not e2.
Yes, it would be less than ideal for us. Yeah, so this would not be so good for black, to say the least, because we're just an exchange down after that. Okay, so this explains why this maybe slightly awkward looking rook c8 move, but it is really a multi-purpose move, right? It protects the c7 pawn, so it removes the rook from a8 and both protects the c7 pawn, so now we are threatening to take on f3.
Yes.
And the main move for white here is rook d1, and I think lady has played it, and knight d5 is played. We're still in the main theory, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay, so black, very forcingly, black managed to get some grip in the center, otherwise, and it's important that she has done that with the queen, as you said, right? So those moves in the beginning by the queens, they allowed black to conveniently place her bishop ahead of the knights, and thus prevent white from putting more pressure on.
Let's see what will happen if white play queen c6.
Yes, this is a very asking itself. The question really is screaming, right? So, what does happen here? Did black just blunder the piece? Well, no.
I think so.
Yes?
Knight e3.
Knight e3, we threaten, this is a discovered attack, we threaten the queen, although we still have a problem that the bishop is hanging, and now the knight will take on d1. So black is an exchange up at this moment, but we have a problem.
Yeah, the knight is trapped on d1.
The knight is trapped on d1. So,
With
and if we attack it cleverly with queen c2, and that's the only move to attack the knight, right? Because
yes,
if we attack,
she will capture b2.
She will capture b2 and go back with a very nice winning position, basically. So queen c2 is the move.
And knight f2.
And we will take on f2, and king takes f2. So this is an interesting position. So speaking from the value of the pieces, so we just gave up two light pieces for a rook and a pawn, which is more or less the same, which have more or less the same value, right? So in my days when I studied chess, we used to think that the rook is a 5 pawns, right? The bishop and knight is 1 pawn, and the pawn is 1 pawn. So 6 versus 6. Now, with the use of the computers, the evaluations of the pieces shifted just a little bit. So the rook is not really valued as 5 anymore. It's more like 4.5, 4.75. And the bishop is slightly, perhaps sometimes more than 3 pawns. And these are really details. Basically, it always will depend on the situation on the board, right?
For example, when we have this position, the king side of white has been weakened a bit, so it gives black some compensation. For example, if black plays c5 to open up the central, and the problem with g1 to a7 diagonal will show up soon. I
agree. I think if white had the chance, for instance, if white had the chance to prevent somehow, even to put, if it was, let's say, let's make a stupid move, okay? If it was white's turn and white was able to block the c5 pawn from moving and then start getting her pieces out, and the pieces would, I would think, that the pieces would really dominate the queen, the rooks, right? However, because it's black to move, and black has, obviously, will not play king h8, and black has, as you said, has this c5 move, which opens up the lines. For the rooks needs open lines, right?
Yes.
And, well, not like that. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so the rooks need open lines to play, whereas the pieces need some strong four posts to pawns to protect them, right? So after c5, really, black is able to create just that kind of game for her rooks.
And also for bishop and queen. All these pieces need files, rank, or diagonal.
Exactly. Yes. And for instance, it's quite difficult to even see a good move for white here because, well, c takes d4 is a threat. We don't really want to take on c5 for many reasons, and I think the most obvious is is we just
check. And with opposite color of bishop, the dark square will be so weak.
Yes, white has no counterpart for this bishop, right?
And I have seen some kind of quick develop like queen d2, queen d1.
Queen d1 might be a threat, so we first need to, for instance, after this move, I think.
Oh, even stronger.
White is in a big trouble, right?
Yes.
So we have to move the queen somewhere. We would probably love to even exchange the queens, but look at those pieces, they never go out.
Yes.
They just never go out. So I would say that black is much more than okay here. So,
or maybe queen d1 is better because you will soon win a piece. Queen d1 and after exchange. I mean, if you don't play bishop e3 to queen d1.
Queen d1.
Here.
But the queen is hanging.
No, the black play queen d1 without bishop e3.
But the queen is hanging.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
That
would be a problematic element. But yeah, but anyway, this is a very strong domination. Yes. So white will probably not be able to take on c5, but if not, then what? So if we want to stabilize the position like that, it still doesn't work because of this very annoying pin. And even like if we play e3, then e5, and we just win the piece immediately. So we can see that queen c6 is really not a good move, and Lei thought for just a few minutes. She probably didn't even consider it too much, or even if she knew the continuation, and she played knight d2.
Knight d2.
This is the main move, right? Yes. We're still there. We're still in the theoretical lines.
Yes.
So far in the database, there were over 30 games played in this position. F takes e3. So what black has achieved, it managed to exchange one bishop so far. White's bishop on e3 and ruin white's pawn structure a little bit. White is claiming, on the other hand, that now she has a very strong center. Right?
Yes.
So for instance, just an illustration, this loses immediately because of e4, and we just caught the bishop in the middle of the board. And if not bishop d5, then black is facing a choice of either taking on f3 and then allowing white to fix the formation, or play bishop g6.
Oh, c6.
But this is not a very good option because we just captured the knight. So basically, black does not have too much of a choice. She must take, and now white recaptured with the pawn, and we are back to normal formation.
Actually, there's a choice for white here. She can either take back the bishop with knight or with pawn. She has a choice.
Okay, yeah, and I was exactly going to ask you. I would even ask why not. Maybe three captures are decent.
I think
But
knight capture this.
Knight capture looks interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm attacking your knight, and I will develop my central pawn like e4, d5.
And there is also, I think, a very concrete threat, like in this position. For instance, if you play queen d7, you lose to knight e5.
Yes, that's
Knight takes e5,
variation.
d takes e5, queen
and
e8,
capture the queen.
and bam, we just won a queen in a very unorthodox way, in the middle of well, not the middle of the board, but in the middle of the last rank. The queen has nowhere to go inside its house, basically. So queen d7 is it would lose immediately. The main move here, I think, is queen d6. Yes.
Yes.
And now I suppose at some point we want to play
a3.
a3. Okay, we prepare queen c2 and rook c1 probably, right? So,
yes.
and we also want to play b4 and prevent black from playing c5, which is very important. So, so we're playing for this long-term slight pressure. The bishops are of opposite colors, so that gives the position some drawish tendencies in the long term when we have seen two games with opposite colors. So it might become it already has become the theme of the match so far, right? So 3 games with opposite colored bishops. But anyway, she didn't take on f3 with the knight. She took with the pawn.
Took with the pawn.
Which also has its merits, right?
She wants to have a complete pawn structure again.
Yes, although to tell you the truth, personally, from my personal preferences, visually I like knight f. Well, maybe not even visually. Visually, e takes f3 is nicer because you fix your pawn structure. But maybe knight takes f3 really does ask a little bit more questions because you start asking those questions right away, right? So knight, and the knight on c6 is hanging, and what happens if we play knight a5 here? Knight a5 is still not a threat because, as we said, c5 d takes d5, so c5. So we have time
c2
for
or knight e5.
One of them, yes. Or either this, or I was even considering maybe queen c3. No, queen c3 is not a good move because there is b4. Although after b4, the knight on a5 looks a little bit strange. But as you said, I think I agree that knight e5 is probably more straightforward. And I would even argue that d5 might be a concrete threat now. Because your pieces are really stuck a little bit in not such ideal places so far. So anyway, but this didn't happen. She took on f3. And there were still games like that, right? E takes f3 is not a novelty yet. So we had
4 games.
And I think we had some games by very, very strong players here.
Let me check these
Let's
games.
see. So the knight is still hanging. So black does need to... And I think by taking e takes f3, Lei took Tan out of her book. Because this is the first time Zhongyi is really thinking for the first time, right?
Yes.
And okay, so she has a few options now.
It tells us that she was expecting her opponent to take back with knights.
Which is the more the main line here, right?
Yes.
So the more common and popular line. But again, e takes f3 is natural in a sense that we fix the pawn formation. On the other hand, we are blocking our strongest piece in this position. We are blocking the bishop on g2, and we will have to eventually somehow open it by playing f4, which by itself is also a weakening move, because, well, as we remember, pawns never go back. So by playing f4, we would weaken the e4 square a little bit, and we have this weak diagonal, which we also will never be able to cover with the pawn, right? This is not a diagonal, this arrow that I did. Let's try again.
I find that
I'm so bad with those arrows.
There are several games shown with took back with the pawn, and
Yes.
almost all the results are
Drawn. Yeah. It looks like a very, very solid position for both players. But let's take a few of the. I see there was a Elyanov Van Forest game. Yes. Black played knight a5, which is the natural move to move the knight, and we want, as we said, black wants to play c5 sooner or later, better sooner than later. That's not always up to black. And how will we prevent c5 from happening? So knight e4 is a very logical move to put the knight on c5, and for now we still black cannot take, because, well, for many reasons. One of them is that the rook is attacking the queen, and then just b4, and we're cementing this extra pawn. This is a completely winning position for white. No reason for black to do that. I'm guessing knight b7 would be the move, or
f5 actually.
f5. Okay, so there is still some concrete play.
Knight c5 or knight c3. Knight
Interesting.
c5.
What happens on knight c5? White would love to play to support the knight.
Ilyanov played knight c3. This is the only game I found with knight c3.
Knight c3. And was it a recent game? It was in 2020, yeah? Okay, knight c3 has the idea of playing d5 eventually, I think, and claiming that, okay, you have just weakened your queen side, so I will be able to open the center like that, and claim that I have some ideas to get my advantage. And if not knight c3, on f5 we have knight c5. Just going through the most recent theory here.
Bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5, because this threat is really difficult to tolerate. So, and if bishop takes c5,
d takes c5.
I would consider both. I think queen takes c5 doesn't work so
c4.
because of knight c4. Yes, we threaten on e3 is not a pleasant threat, and then queen d6, kicking the queen out. So it will be, black should be okay. So here we are playing for some space advantage here with white, and the fact that our bishop potentially is better than the knight, if we can keep the knight from getting good squares, which for now I don't see many good squares for the black knight. For instance, well, here we should think where to put our pieces already, I think. So queen f6 might be a move. Is f5 really that necessary here? because I'll tell you, I don't really like this weakening of the squares so much. But maybe it's a bit dogmatic to look like that. Okay, so if queen f6, or is there another move? Which queen f6 is the move? Yeah.
Yeah, queen
f6 looks the most natural move to prevent white from playing queen c3, and then the queen should be. We should try to place our pieces on the best squares that we can find.
And there are several different ideas from white. For example, b3, b4, knight f1. Not knight, bishop f1.
Okay, this is interesting. So we are basically, we can see that black wants to probably go...
Prevent from knight c4.
We don't, yeah, we want to prevent knight from going through c4 to a much more interesting square for the knight, to e5. You know, in Russian we have this saying about a knight that stands on the side file, which goes like "Конь, стоящий на доске краю, позор на голову твою," which means that a knight standing on the side of the board is really a shame for your head, on your head. You know? So basically, yeah, it's nice to remember for children to remember it, because then you know you should never place your knight on the sideboard.
Your teacher should be proud of you. you remember all this day saying to today.
Yes. So, and we already have perhaps a novelty even. Yes. So I suggest let's go back to the game, because after the move Zhongyi made, I think all of these lines are quite irrelevant now, because she played knight b4. And with the knight on b4, the plans are so much different, so there is no really point to dwell on those variations after knight a5. Okay, is this a novelty? It might be a novelty, yes?
It is a novelty.
It is a novelty. Okay, so we have our first, according to the database, we have our first novelty. Not first, in every game there's only one novelty. So yeah, some games even end without novelties. Now,
it's an interesting move.
It's an interesting move. I would argue that the knight on a5 solves some problems that the knight on b4 doesn't solve. And one of the main problems, I think, is that the knight can now, white knight can go to b3 and not really hurry with knight takes c5. So we now have much more time perhaps to prepare it on the one hand. And on the other hand, I'm not sure how happy you are with this knight on b4. For instance, if well, knight b3 looks very logical, so I expect it to happen. But then I would start asking black, okay, and where are you going with your knight? For instance, if I go
e4, I will trap your knight.
Oh.
There.
Oh, great. So there is also, wow, okay. So for instance, if black is just making some, let's say, development move, well, this is actually preventing the knight trapping. But still, even e4, and the knight doesn't really have good squares here so much, right? I think from a5, well, despite this saying that I told you before, but in this concrete situation, I might argue that the knight on a5 is better placed because it has better prospects further down the game. So it can go to either knight c4 if this knight moves, or even via b7 to d6, and it prevents the white knight from going to b3, right?
And the most important point is that it's not so easily attacked by white when you're in a4.
Yeah.
If white want to attack you by b4, then you will have the square of c4.
Exactly. For instance, let's say, well, white cannot do that right now because we just captured him before. So white would need to first prepare it somehow, and even then, after it has been prepared, so this b4, let's say again we shuffle a move. After b4, this is weak forever, right? So, well, not weak, but we can then transfer the knight to c4 later on in the game, because now we would ideally love to put it immediately, but now we cannot do that because we lose a pawn, right? So yeah, I think from a5, surprisingly enough, knight on a5 is a bit better placed than the knight on b4. And you know what? Let's try and look at some. What happens if we play a3 immediately? Is this an option?
Only square is knight d5.
So knight d5 is probably automatic,
square,
right? Because knight d3,
and you will capture here.
We're just catching the knight and nothing can be done. So knight d5 is the plan. And now white can, okay. So the idea is that white cannot play e4 now because of knight e3, and with this double attack, right?
He can.
Or he can.
Or he can rook e1, and
Rook
if you
e1,
take, then I have knight b3.
Aha, okay, so you calculated more than I did. Yeah, so even
and we
this,
win this knight.
and we just won the game. Well, I lost, you won. But yeah, looks like it. We don't have any tricks or
so
tactics.
it looks like e4 can be stopped.
What happens on after
Knight
e4?
b6.
But you know what might be? I think. Wait, we gave up too early. First of all, we have this one.
Right.
Right. So this is enough to stop the calculation. I think we just a pawn up,
and then you won.
And then I lost, but now I can win. And also, I think even this is an interesting idea. Not to win the pawn, but now we are claiming that the knight is untouchable because of this double attack. And if you take on c5, then we have this monster bishop dominating the position. So yeah, e4 is not the way to go. And if we don't go e4, then maybe why then play a3? I would argue that you could probably wait with a3. We can always play a3.
Yes.
So maybe if for instance, if after a3, knight d5, we have to go something like knight b3 or knight e4 to protect the pawn on e3, then why not start with it and let the knight hang there on b4? As you said, we might even want to play e4 first and try to catch the knight. And this is exactly what Lei is thinking about, I think. And she's very, very good in this kind of situation. I think she senses those spots where she needs to play those to spend the extra time and to play those exact moves. So let's consider our options here. We have knight e4 as we had in this in the lines with knight a5, right?
Yes.
But then we didn't have the place on c3 on b3 for the knight, and I think we would really love to put it here for a few reasons. First of all, because we don't let black drag force ourselves to do anything with f5, right? So it's much less vulnerable here. Another thing, we might, here we have this idea of putting the knight on c5, which you had also with the knight on e4, but we can also go in this direction, and I think it might be very annoying for black. If our knight lands on c6, for instance, let's say, how can black play here? Let's take it some moves. So let's start, until we understand the position well, let's start some natural moves like queen d6 or queen d7. I don't like either of those moves, to be honest, because queen d6 allows the knight to be on c5 forever. So for instance, if we go here, how does black want to play that? So maybe her plan is to play a5 and knight a6? Is this a plan? It might be, actually. And we want to just kick the knight from c5 and then play c5, and we claim, okay, so nothing happened, we didn't weaken our position, and we want to just equalize. Yeah,
play queen c3.
Okay, let's say queen c3. I have the time maybe to play queen b6.
Knight d7.
I don't have. Yeah, okay, you knew how to catch me. Okay.
But, and you can play this either, knight b7.
Oh my god. Okay, I have to be.
I love my knight on c5.
Yeah, the knight on c5 really controls the whole position, and it's, I just demonstrated it. So maybe then we don't play it with the queen on to d6. And what happens if we go to d7? If we go to d7, this is actually quite interesting. How happy is black here?
Unhappy.
Unhappy, yeah? I also think she's not very thrilled about this position, but maybe we can hold a3. Yeah, so now we can maybe force some matters.
No, it's not a good move. After exchange the queen, and then there's knight c2.
You win like that, yeah? So it was a threat. It was, well, this is actually a threat now to take on c5. But
I would like to play king f2.
King f2, really? But after, I think if we manage to take that, it might be not so much for it, for white in it.
e2.
King e2, I play maybe a5 now. I want to play knight a6.
Or maybe I'll play bishop f1 instead of king e2.
If you play bishop f1,
then I also stop the plan of a5.
this is not nice of you. Very not nice. Yeah, it's much more pleasant to play as white, of course. Sure. Maybe there is not much, and then with precise defense you can hold it. You probably can. So I can play like e5 here. We need to fight for the deep one. And Lei decided to play a3 immediately. One of the things that it gives her is that it prevents all those ideas with a5, and it prevents all those blunders I had with the knight c2 in some lines.
Yeah.
On the other hand, after knight d5, so she will, I would expect her to play knight b3 here, although she might want to actually play before herself at some time. Not, yeah, not now, not now. Somehow to protect the pawn on e3. But then how? You would have to play knight e4. And then black might still have, again, this f5. And here we would basically claim with white that the knight on a5 is better placed than the knight on d5, because knight on d5 gets under all those attacks. Well, I don't think white should
knight b3 is
play. Yeah, I think knight b3 is much more a much more natural move here. Okay, and now we are thinking that what does black play? So now again, after queen d6 here, there are a few moves actually. So first of all, we can just maybe play very slowly, like
no, e3,
e3 again. Okay, e3. I have to start taking care of this pawn.
Oh, even with knight b3, Tan played f5.
Played f5 because she doesn't want to get smothered by e4 probably, which is very understandable. So for instance, if she plays e4 and knight c5, all of a sudden this is hanging, right? And if a5, then I just capture the pawn like that. So she still needs to cover with f5, and the point is that now after e4 I will always have this very strong counterplay,
and
because you have really overextended yourself.
Yes,
right?
and you have opened f-file.
Yes, yes, the f-file is for the black's benefit here, right? And all the pieces come to those weakened squares. So this is not a way to go for white.
It seems that Tan has some really good understanding for this position, so she's playing these moves not so hard, like she played it quick.
Yes, true, I agree, but you know what, I'm still not so sure that this position is so good for her. Let me try to base it with some variations. I wanted to play this, but this doesn't work, I think, because there is c5 now. And if we take on c5, then queen takes a5 isn't pleasant, and if knight b7, then queen b6. Yeah?
Yeah.
So maybe I should take back all I said. So after f5, and if white, you know what white has? White has this move. I'm not blundering on a3 this time. This time I didn't blunder because there is this
double attacking.
Double, just check, fork, and if you play here, now you renew the threat, and I don't have time to really get the grip on this c6 square with my queen. So maybe it's not so. Ideally, if I had time to play rook c1 here, white would be very happy, I think, with this weakness on a6 and going with those queens and rooks inside the position. Okay, so f5. So it's a very concrete. And by the way, this is one of the reasons I didn't like a3 immediately so much. I would really prefer to play knight b3 here, because here, for example, here, if you play a5. Well, first of all, let's start. If you play knight d5, then I have e4 here, right? Plain and simple. And if you prepare d5 with f5, Then I have this tempo to do something. What can I do here? Maybe
Knight c5 or knight a5?
maybe knight a5 again. I'm afraid
C5.
this might work now because
You
you just take the knight. I mean,
knight.
yes. So you can't do that, and after knight b7, it's the same. It's basically the same. So you don't really. C5 is you can't play knight a5 anymore. A3 would be a transposition to what we have now. But we have this, because the pawn is not hanging, maybe we have some time to do something more clever. Let's think. So if knight c5, for instance, queen d6. You know what we can do? We could perhaps play queen d2 and b4. Or for instance, we can play that and rook c1 for now. But e3 is really annoying, yes? We need to always keep an eye on it. I have some anti-positional idea, which well, since nobody hears us, let me suggest. How about this?
Oh, again, not
Now,
again.
this is something that needs to come with a warning. Don't do it at home and not with your own pieces, because this is a move that is very, very anti-positional, I would say, because it weakens this e4 square, and on the one hand. On the other hand, I really want to exchange this bishop and claim that it doesn't really, because then even if I wanted to have some pressure along the c file without the knight on d5, to take on d5 and let's say play double the rooks along the c file and then move the knight maybe to e5. So this is my dream. Basically, this would be my dream. So now I can play, for instance, d4. No, b4, sorry.
What if black take back with queen?
If you take with the queen, I don't.
Knight a3.
Even, yeah, but let's say you can somehow make it work and not blunder the pawn. I wanted to exchange the queens eventually, and somehow force you to trade here anyway. Either I trade with the queens, or you trade on d2. So we can have, because without the queens you will even have more trouble to defend your your weaknesses. And for instance, in such a position, I think, well, again, let's just consider, I don't think black can even do that, but let's consider just the positional aspect of this position. So white will eventually have this very strong knight on c5, which puts a lot of pressure on black's position. And black cannot even conveniently maybe exchange it, because I can always run back to d3 with the knight. And then if I play b4 and I double along the c file and I put pressure, this is a weakness, and c6 is a very good square for me for my rook. So this might be a very, very annoying position for black to defend, especially because this bishop really has no future. So I would even consider, so this plan might be interesting at some point, to just exchange this knight and get something very shaped to white's advantage. I'm not sure it works, but it sure is one of the ideas that could be in this game. Okay, but anyway, so Lei played. She played into. She basically solved this issue of e3 by playing rook d3. Now I think queen c6 is a threat.
Yes, this is a strong
followed by
move.
rook c1. And the rook on d3 is actually not that badly placed, because if the knight moves ever, or if we force it to move, then the rook will just join the join the pressure along the c file by doubling it, right? And now our queen is free to go whatever it wants. And it wants to go to c6, as we said, right?
Is queen c6, and I don't think black would let white just to play this move, because after queen c6, it's just like, you know, she just tied all the pieces up there. So
what do we do with black?
c6.
c6 is a move, right? Or
queen e8 to stop
queen e8. You know what might be a problem with queen e8?
Knight c5.
Knight c5, and you already have to take, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after the dark square bishop is gone, then e4 is again, I think, a viable option here. And you might just get run over by white.
So maybe c6 will be better for black.
c6. The problem is, I think, well, first of all, even after c6, we can always still play knight c5, right? Threatening this.
Yes.
And we have to, as white, you need to decide whether you really want to exchange whether you want to play this knight c5. By the way, I think after you play c6 and you have weakened this square, we might even consider taking with a pawn, and followed by e4. What do I mean by that?
And we will place some pieces to d6.
Yes, yes, and this might be extremely unpleasant for black.
What about knight e8?
After knight e8, I would even consider this.
Wow.
Because let's take a look at it. Maybe it doesn't work, especially after this. Maybe it doesn't work. But with such a pawn, or maybe we can take with this pawn. Queen goes somewhere, yes.
Yeah.
And let's say we don't even care about
queen d2.
Yeah, we don't have to give up the pawn. So basically our plan is to start putting a lot of pressure on those weaknesses. This is a weakness as well.
Yes.
And we are claiming that although in this position that this rook on c8 is no better than this bishop on g2, like ever. And if it moves, then we just take on c6. It might be a very, very tricky position for black to play. And of course, there is always this passer on d6, which, given the circumstances, the right circumstances, we can go d7 and just go through, because the rook would have to, for instance, if we just doubled on d1, well, it's not our turn, but if we also could make a few moves in a row, then it would be fantastic at all. So.
And now rook f1 is followed.
Rook f1 is to trade one pair of rooks. I'm not sure we want to do that.
And d7 can be a threat after we exchange one pair of rook.
So it's clearly only white who is playing for a win here, I think. I might be mistaken, but it looks very, very promising for white. So yeah, so this is, and if you don't take on d6, then this rook also cannot really be tolerated so much, right? So this could be an idea.
And do you know what's the funny thing? Lei has an edge again.
Again, yeah. And this really resonates a lot with how the match goes so far. Yes, she's really so. And we said before the match that we felt that she's like on her top level now. She's playing in her top form, and it looks like she's very in those. There are a few moves in the middle of the game that she really takes over the game, and she starts pressing. So
yeah, I've heard that she has few tournaments for the past 3 years, but she had a lot of hard working at home. So it's more unpredictable for her opponents because she played little and she might prepare some new lines for surprising. So
a lot of fresh ideas.
Yes, fresh ideas, and some improvement in chess.
Yes, I totally agree. I think I don't remember who said it. I heard somebody say that these 2 years, these 2 COVID years, after COVID ended, you can really see now who's been working and who's been not working so much, right? So, and there were quite a few players that you can see that they suddenly gained really a lot in their strength. So they really it was really a unique situation where you had nothing else to do. You could work and work and work, and yeah, so it's very impressive. Anyway, it's not by no means winning for white or anything like that. It looks like white has an edge, and again, I'm inclined to think that the knight before d5 is a bit less fortunate plan that then putting the knight on a5.
Or maybe there's a slight problem with f5.
You think f5 was the problem?
Yes, to move this, she make this move really fast, but this move has both you know, she has both sides. She protect e4, but she weak her own position.
Yes, this is always a very, very double-edged move. I totally agree. So, but she, on the one hand, as you said correctly, she protects from e4, but then her pawn structure really has become much less flexible.
I would say if white don't play f5, even with e4 attacking the knight, and she goes back, then this position is quite solid.
It is solid, but I still prefer white here because of the space advantage, and because the knight still has no good squares. That's what bothers me here.
Knight b6, knight c4. Maybe.
Yeah, but knight c4 you will get kicked out, I think.
And
sooner or later.
Black will try to play c5 somehow.
Yeah, I don't see how I let you do that. Sorry, I will not. So for instance, if we picture something like knight goes to c6 and then e4, not so pleasant. Maybe again, probably the computer can hold it easily here, but for a human, it's really much more pleasant to play with white, and especially in such positions. You know what else happens? It's when you don't have a clear plan for black, you need to find every move and move again. You have to start searching for new moves all the time, and this burns a lot of time.
Yes, and white has a series of plan.
Yeah, we have so many moves to improve. First of all, of course, we have to be careful. We have to not allow black to break through with c5s and stuff. But we have so many moves to improve our
E4,
position. e4, queen e3, queen c2, queen c3, rook c1. The knight goes here, or to c5, or to c6. And black also has to consider all those possibilities, but still not. It's the white who decides where to go. So, do we have a move? Aha! Look at what Tan did. She played
an irrelevant move with queen c6.
Wow!
She just ignored this move.
Wow!
She ignored queen
What
c6.
is
I
this?
think this can be annoying after queen c6. What will you
Well,
do?
she obviously, I think she's preparing for queen c6 and moved the queen, so e6 is not captured with the
But
check.
still,
Is this a possibility?
I have to attacking of pawns.
Oh, this is
It's a
strange. I am very surprised by this move. Not a trivial move at all to make. Let's try to understand. What does she plan to do here?
Queen d6, I guess. The only move to protect both pawns, or otherwise you're gonna lose one.
Maybe she's planning to
Sacrifice one?
sacrifice a pawn?
I don't think.
Maybe this is
so.
her idea?
What?
No, I was. No,
E6.
the knight is hanging. No, this doesn't work. But, then why king h8? Maybe she touched the king? No.
I don't think
No,
it
no,
happens.
No, there must be some plan for black. We just cannot understand it yet. So.
Or
Maybe you're right. Maybe she wants to just waits for white to make a move, and then she will react. And in the meantime, she made a useful move. So I don't really see how it's useful, though. That's my problem for now. So, for instance, if queen c6, queen d6, we can just play maybe rook c1. Yes.
Natural move.
Natural. And what do we want as white? We would probably want to now play knight a5, knight b7 maybe?
I see a very interesting move. Knight
Okay.
b6.
Knight b6.
She wanted to play knight c4, and you can play knight a5 still, because I can still play knight c4. That's an interesting idea.
Okay. So this might be the plan, and now the idea is that if we take, we lose the queen. This is nice. And if we take on d6, then c takes d6, and the rook joins to protect this knight on c4, and black is more than fine here. Okay, so so this might be the plan. I still don't really see how king h8 helps here.
Yeah.
But maybe she didn't want to. Okay, so maybe the thought process was like that. So if I play queen d6 immediately, then there is perhaps knight c5, which I want to have the option to take on c5 if white plays that. So I don't want to play queen d6 immediately.
It means king h8 is a waiting move.
Just wait, yeah. And she says, okay, show me what you've got. Show me what you want to do. That's my explanation to this move. It has merits, I guess. So on queen c6, you say, let's.
Yeah, but white has solution. You can play knight a5 instead of rook c1.
Yes.
Then I can always play b3 to prevent from knight c4.
And here, yes, you're right. So here we have, first of all, we have b3. But then we'll have the problem to move the queen because of of this hanging pawn. So it might not be ideal as well.
I have another rook, remember? I can play rook c.
You can play rook c3.
Really?
Yeah, to be honest, I forgot about it. But then knight d5 back, and what do you do?
Shuffle. Rook d3, knight b6.
It's much easier to shuffle with white here, though. That so much more space to do that. But okay, I think now it's very critical to find a good move for white. And if we go with the knight to c6, then you still want to play knight b6 and go here? Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, but now this is maybe very, very interesting for white. I might even want to... Because look at this knight. It's such a monster knight. You cannot... You can barely move your rooks now.
Mm-hmm.
You can barely move your queen. All those pieces, they have maybe 3 or 4 moves that don't blunder anything. So those 2 rooks and the 1 queen, they have altogether maybe 5 moves, right? We can go rook a8, rook e8, this rook e8. Let's count how many moves. And this queen can go to d7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves for 3 of the strongest pieces on the board. Mm-hmm. And all because of this knight.
LA plays queen c6.
She did play queen c6. Okay, it's an extremely tempting move, of course. Though I would really love to place my knight on c6 if possible. Maybe it's not possible. Maybe this is the plan. Okay, so this is very clever. So basically, Tan prevented knight a5 by playing king h8 because now we cannot. There is c6.
There's no check.
And there is no knight takes e7 check. Okay, it took us some time to understand. But this is how wow, okay, this is very impressive. Now finally we understand this move. And the thought process went like that in the other direction, right? So she said, okay, I don't like to play knight queen d7 or queen d6 because there is knight c5. But what does white want here? White wants to play knight a5. This is a threat, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say well, if it was white to move, let's say we'll play h6, then white wants to play that. How do I prevent white from getting there? I have to play c6, but it doesn't work because there is this intermediate check, and white just won a pawn. Mm-hmm. And then a strong grandmaster, as she obviously is, she says, okay, but I have this. This is called a prophylactic move, right? I make a move which looks like this Petrosian style move, who you used to calculate like 15 moves ahead and then make some subtle move, you know, like king h8, which nobody understood why. And now it suddenly becomes understandable why she played it. Okay, so very, very nice.
Oh, knight b6.
And
idea.
And she was indeed planning to sacrifice. And this is another idea. Okay, so king h8 is really a multi-purpose move because now she catches the queen on e6.
Yes, if you play queen e5 and I have bishop d6 capture.
So now this is really truly middle of the board catching the queen. So. Okay, so this is a very, very tricky move, king h8. I would even say a little bit a computer-like move because humans rarely do such things. Mm-hmm. But she really managed to solve both those problems with one move, which is very interesting. Very, very, very nice. Okay, so knight b6. Now she protects the pawn on e6. She protects on a6. And I'm guessing she wants to play queen d5. Mm-hmm. again, white is still better. Nothing
White
really
is
changed.
better. And according to the idea you said, black want to have exchange of queen on d5, so your f5 move, f4 move works now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
To open the file, to open the diagonal for bishop, and to stop from queen d5.
Okay, this is actually also a multi-purpose move, because first of all, as you so first of all we prevent queen d5. We also protect the queen, right? So queen d6 is, we now have knight a5. We don't have to worry about knight c4. And we also, I think, there was here, I think black wouldn't even mind to play e5, because black desperately needs to get some space. I'm not sure if e5 is possible, but it's an idea for sure, because and especially especially because the rook is hanging, so it's an idea.
After e5, the rook can go for f6 to attack the queen.
So let's say if, for instance, if we are allowed to play e5, so this
rook
will
f6
be
is followed.
A plan, and we want to take on d4 and get some open up a little bit. We want to open this bishop, and if you play d5, which I think is the correct way to do, then we might have even some game.
With rook f6.
First rook f6. Well, maybe even not. For instance, we will have ideas similar to what we've seen. You remember in the first game when Tan suddenly sacrificed the pawn and got some very interesting counterplay. So so this f4 might be really an interesting move here, in the sense that it prevents black from getting counterplay, right?
Yes. And Tan leaves her seat. Actually, we have a short conversation this morning when we were having breakfast, and we talked about when they were playing and they sometimes leave the chair, and Tan told me it's not because of relaxing, it's because she had a backache sometime after a long time sitting. She's not feeling quite well with the waist. So she wanted relax with the waist.
To stretch a little bit.
So she walk around. That's the reason.
Actually, there are players who walk around a lot, really a lot. For instance, Peter Swidler. He's a very known guy for almost never sitting when it's his opponent turn to play. And when asked once why he's walking all the time, first of all, he doesn't really need the board to think, because he's such a brilliant calculation guy, but he also says, I feel that when my opponent is thinking, I want to give him the privacy and the space to think, and not to be in his personal space, So he just walks away, not to disturb the opponent. So
that's an interesting idea.
It's very nice, And it's really, for me, for instance, if I walk a lot during the game, then I start to lose concentration, especially if there are many games to look at. You start.
I start calculating others' games instead of mine, and then I forget what I was thinking before I was looking at others' games. So, it just concentrates.
On the one hand, yes, but let's just tell our viewers that most of the time, even when you are walking and you're not at the board, you still calculate variations in your head, so you don't really disconnect yourself from the board. And sometimes you want to go behind your opponent's back and look at the position from her side, right? So you can. So yeah, when you see
Actually-
players walking, it doesn't really mean that they are disinterested in the game.
Yes. Actually, Tan told me they didn't make a lot of walking this time because there's only one board, and there's not much to care about beside this game.
Yeah.
There's no games for them to see, so they rarely leave the chair. But sometimes she need a bit of relax for
Obviously,
the waist.
it's sometimes very nice to take this, refresh yourself, you know, to get up.
And you know, it's quite difficult to stay on one chair for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
a challenge.
That's a big challenge, and it's not necessarily a challenge you need to bring on yourself. Actually, I remember, you remind me a very funny story once. I used to have, it was very, very long time ago. I think I was maybe 17 or 18 years old. And I was playing this open tournament in Amsterdam, I think, or in Antwerp, some open tournament. And I started really badly. I started like 2.5 out of 5. And
It's
I
not
was
bad. It's just
well, let's say it wasn't good. It was an
wasn't
open
good.
tournament. I was playing much lower rated opponents, and I thought, and I wasn't getting my game going really. And back then and then I thought, okay, I'm not concentrated enough on my game. I'm walking too much. I'm not doing it. And then I said to myself, okay, until the rest of the tournament, I don't get up from the board during the game, never. Like you just don't have this option at all. And then suddenly I felt that I'm much more concentrated. It was much more difficult, of course, to sit for 6 hours or 4 to 6 hours on the at the board. But I scored 4 out of 4, I think. Or maybe 4 out of 4, and then the last one I made a draw, so maybe it was something like that. So,
so you still get a good score in the end.
Yeah, I finished fantastically, yes, and I said, okay, so this is so this is how you can play good chess, you know. And but then again, afterwards, I started walking again. Wasn't so good. Okay, so after those stories, Lei played knight a5, which is also a move, right?
Yes.
Now, let's consider what we've been saying about f4. So first of all, is e5 even a move here? And second of all, what happens if black plays queen d5? We are probably going to play f4 now, right?
Yes, to force white to exchange the queen.
Right.
And then after exchange, white will directly place knight to c6. That's you always wish.
Yes,
that's
my
wish.
dream. That really is my dream, because look how how this knight is paralyzing black, the whole black position, right? So black would need to somehow try to kick the knight away with maybe like knight d7, b8, but I can just move the knight, or I will
by
have.
then, my rooks are ready to attack the c file,
Absolutely,
the c7
absolutely.
pawn.
So, for instance, let's just
Rook
picture
c1.
something like that. Knight goes here. You don't even threaten to do that, because let's say I just make a random move, because now I have knight a7, and once you move, I capture the pawn, right? So, yeah, very, very, very unpleasant for black. Because of that, I would really strongly consider e5. And by the way, let's take a look again. Another very nice feature of the move of king h8. After e5, this diagonal, which is now weakened, the king is no more there, and there are no checks along this diagonal. So.
And there's no queen e6 check. with fork.
And there's no queen e6. There are many things that we've already discussed. Yes, so queen e6 is the immediate
Yes, king
thing.
h8 just avoid all
So
all the threats.
Very impressive, really. Okay, but let's consider for a second what happens if we can even play e5.
e5.
My first question would be, isn't knight b7 winning immediately? And I think the answer is no, because there is queen d7, right? Attacking the queen, and if we take, the knight takes on d7, and we are in time to protect. And we actually now this knight is very misplaced.
Yeah.
And black is really, it looks like she solved all her problems, and Tan played it immediately almost. Very fast. She came back to the board and almost immediately. And she's actually well ahead on the clock, right?
Yes.
She's 20 minutes ahead on the clock. Well, she has more 20 minutes more time. Yeah, so do we think that f4 was really a better move here? Not to allow this?
e5.
This is very, you know, Magnus style, to play f4, to not let any kind of counterplay.
Oh, I can see Lei is thrown.
She doesn't like it. Yeah, she doesn't like it, and especially I think she doesn't like it because it changes the nature of the position.
Yes.
So from this, and it's very similar to the first game, from this strangling, smothering game, all of a sudden it can become messy, right? And
get up again.
well, this time it's not back. I think she's just confident.
Yes, she's quite confident with this position, and she moves every pieces within 2 minutes, I think, so far.
Yeah, and she really improved her position tremendously with this e5. I think white is still better.
Yes,
but we need to find a way now.
Correct move, white can be still better. According to, sorry, I have take a look.
Okay.
I take a slight look at the computer. With the suggestive computer, it says it's better to take the queen back and give c6, give this square to knight.
And also to protect the
rook.
rook.
To protect the rook. Queen
so where do we go?
c2.
To c2?
And
plan
for knight c6.
So the plan is knight c6, and then the threat is also to take on on e5. Yeah.
This is a quite unhuman thoughts, because you just moved the queen there 2 moves ago, and you're gonna take
this
back.
Is not an easy move to make. Although I would argue that king h8 is a more difficult move to make than queen c2. But yes, it's not so easy. My first reaction would be to consider something like rook d1.
Yes, that's my first side move.
And what happens here? So black will probably take, yes. We take and queen e8. What is this? So white is still better.
White is not that good. After black solved the problem of e6, and she will get all the pieces out. For example, after exchange, she might play rook d8.
It looks like the worst is behind black already. And
I think less edge has been exist for white.
But let's say, okay, if I take, you take somehow, you take with this rook, and I go to rook knight c6. There is this unpleasant knight c4 and bishop c5 even, which is even stronger.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, it's black attacking.
Black has managed to play counter plays.
Yes.
Have counter plays.
Okay, and if not rook d1, so rook d1 is the most natural, but it also doesn't work. And we have to probably keep an eye on this c5 square after e takes d4 to prevent bishop c5. So maybe rook c1. But then again, you say, okay, but after take, queen e8, bishop f6 is also an idea, and white doesn't really have much. Wow, okay, so
it
knight
seems queen
a5.
c2 is the only idea if white wants to still hold this edge.
I think she wants to. I think she wants to hold. Okay, what about d5? Another move that I would consider strongly is d5 immediately, and then you go rook f6. I go back to c2, let's say, and you can already take on no, you cannot. Or can you?
e4.
Ah, this is maybe interesting. Take, and c6. Now, the idea is that
Check.
I want to, since
check.
white didn't play king h1 in time, then I have this intermediate check. But does it work? So, for instance, knight c6 is out of the question for many reasons.
What if I just
and if we just take, I take, and you take here, yes? And you claim that you have an extra. Oh, you don't have an extra pawn.
But my pawn is.
But your pawn is very
slightly
strong.
better than yours, and I have d7 square for rook.
And this is exactly what I'm going to take away from you now. I want to take away your square, or more like, to put it more correctly, to block the d file. So there are no disasters for me with this pawn.
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
6. 7.
7. I would love to see rook d6 on the board. And okay, and let's say we put it like this, and I don't think black is in a big trouble, in any trouble actually here.
It's quite equal.
It looks pretty equal. White I cannot see how white improves here. Okay, so d5, was it even? So d5, if this doesn't work, then d5 is not a threat. And it looks pretty forced actually, everything, right? Because if you go away, then I have this check, and I can now move my knight to, maybe not to e3, or yeah, why not, to e3. Yes?
And I'm in trouble.
And now, yeah, we can say that.
Bishop h3.
No, but okay, you have to solve the issue with
the
queen first.
Sorry.
You're so generous today with this queen.
Yes, this is the second time I sacrificed the whole king today.
Right. It's not your pieces. You can do that. Okay, so d5. But wait, maybe d5.
Late place rook c1.
Rook c1. So she went to, but I think she's losing her advantage a little bit here. We complimented her a little bit in the beginning. Now she had two moves that really let the advantage go, right? So after f4, we think white would have a very nice advantage, right? But it's really not a natural move to make, f4. So
I think it relies on really like good understanding for this position, and you will make this move. Just like you said, it's not a common move. And
but in this specific situation, it's a strong move. Yeah, and I think, and you know, this is why chess is so beautiful, because you cannot, there is no one size fits all in all positions. So, so you would say, yeah, normally you don't play f4, you would like to play e4 and fight for the center. But in this specific situation, you need to consider also such moves which are out of the normal, let's say. Yeah.
Alex, should we take a big rest?
Okay, let's take 5-10 minutes break, yes, and hopefully, well, finally, Zhongyi is thinking after so many moves. So we'll take a break for our backs as well.
everyone, welcome back to the fourth game of Women Candidates. I'm Cho and this is Alec.
Hi, welcome back. Joe, so we had one move by each side, and now the second move came. So after rook c1, as we thought Lei would play, or she already played it before the break. The problem with this move is that it does not create yet the threat of taking on e5. So Zhongyi had another move to make without the need to decide how to proceed with this pawn, and she used it very, very wisely, I think, because now she does not allow when she will take on d4. White will have no option to take back with the rook, so it will prevent any pressure along the d file as well. So this pretty much rules out the option of white really keeping the pressure. The only thing that the drawback of this move is that rook f6 is not the square of f6 is taken by the bishop, and the rook cannot go through there.
But so anyway, there's only one piece can be placed in one square.
That's, yeah.
So you're gonna choose either rook or bishop.
Yes, but on the other hand, so d5 would be possible perhaps. But I think there is a very concrete justification for bishop f6, and on d5 perhaps e4 was the plan. So if we can open these lines without sacrificing a pawn even, it might be quite interesting for black. What do you think?
Yeah.
I think black is better now because we opened the lines, and suddenly the white king feels much more vulnerable than black's. And the knight will go to e5. f3 is very weak, and it might be felt very soon, much sooner than later. And all of a sudden, this knight on a5 feels out of the game. It feels really.
And let's say black has solved most of the problem that she has previous.
Yeah, obviously.
So this is so nice.
We can definitely say that psychologically, this sequence of the last 5-10 moves. No, not 10 moves, but 5 moves since after king h8. We must say after king h8. So this was after knight b6. This was the key moment when f4 was probably called for.
This is the move that keep white control the position. Yes.
And by not playing it, really things started to go south for white here.
And black start her own counterplay.
Okay, but Lei played bishop h3, which is a very reasonable move, especially after bishop f6. So now the concrete threat is bishop takes f5. And
it forced black to play g6 to also weaken her own king side.
Agreed.
Put this pawn structure similar to white.
Yes, yeah, totally. And now she played d5. Okay, so this is now she's saying that if you go e4 now,
and your king's not so safe, and
there is maybe some. Okay, well, let's calculate a little bit. Can we take here? Here it might be problematic if we take. Oh, so many hanging pieces. I love it. Pieces are not ours.
This is your area.
Yes. Okay, so the bishop on c8 is hanging.
Bishop a6.
Bishop a6 is my first idea, but that would allow queen takes d5. It feels like black is this pawn is extremely strong. So we take, And look, and if rook d1, then we take on e3, and there is this
there's a checkmate.
checkmate. Very nice. And yeah, so suddenly black takes over the game here. I think probably I would feel that white needs to keep the pawn on d5 alive, but this is also, this is not good.
This is not good. This is worse.
Worse than not good.
Yeah,
Yeah, black
Queen
is
f6.
first. Because look, all those pieces are really, well, the bishop on e6 is okay, but those two are totally out of the game.
Yeah, you're one pawn down, and I don't think you're going to manage to have it back.
And you'll be king
A3
down
is
soon, I think.
hanging,
Yeah?
and the d3 pawn is strong, and b2 is attacking your rook, and queen f6. Oh my God!
Yeah, I think this is very good definition. Oh my God, that's
undefendable.
yeah. Okay, so, but okay, then what happens on? What do we do here then? Do we just go back maybe
Rook d2
to protect? And we basically we're saying, okay, we want to take, and if you go away, I will capture on c7. Yeah? So that's our main plan. This is much more reasonable. And we are claiming that we are a pawn up, although I don't really see much for white here.
Seriously?
Because this is hanging. And what do you do here?
What if I play queen c6 or queen c5? Queen c5 maybe.
5. Well, then I think I start. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Or can I? Maybe I can't.
You can't. I would no. I mean, I would just simply protect e3 first with rook e1, and then I will capture your knight.
Really?
Is that possible? Queen b6?
I'm not sure. I think queen
Queen
f6
f6.
even. My point is that here.
So many pieces are hanging.
I'm not, maybe
my
not. Maybe it's just. Yeah, but how do you defend? You cannot.
There is some
defend.
kind of counterplays here.
I think this is winning.
Rook f1.
f1. I will take here.
Oh.
Yes.
Disaster.
Look at this. This is beautiful. Check. Not so beautiful. I thought it's a mate, but you can run away. But it's still, I think it's winning.
One pawn up.
Yeah, but what a pawn. Go here, or even I don't know, maybe with a tempo. Well, this is clearly not something Lei wants to check. It wasn't all that. No, but maybe you have this rook takes d5 immediately. The point is that
I will exchange my rook and one pawn with your knight and bishop.
yes. And what is this? I think I would take black here, actually. The pieces are a bit uncoordinated,
And every piece is doing their own business, and they're not together.
yeah, it's. But maybe I can. You know what? Maybe I can trade the queens, and then maybe it's okay for white. But still, I don't think black is in any danger. With pawns on both sides, the rook is very strong.
And there's a small question: where do we get here?
Very good question.
Oh, e4 from e4.
Yeah,
okay.
e4. I think e4 is a critical move here because if we don't play e4, then
this will be the line that black absolutely will consider about.
yeah, she must. she absolutely must consider it because it's such a critical line, and it's also very forcing. So it's very it's relatively easy to calculate.
We can see Tan took some time for these two moves because there are calculatings instead of just some some plans or judgments.
Yes.
So it takes time.
Okay, if not e4, let's think. So after e4, for now we think black is okay. Yes. For instance, if we go here. But wait, maybe not take on c7. Maybe we have some move like is d6 a move?
d6.
I wanted to to get something. Maybe it's nothing major. Yeah, maybe you can go just to e7.
I think you have a really good point that we don't take this pawn, and there's other options. Maybe just to slow down the pace.
You mean where? Not to take on c7, yes?
Yes, and maybe
not even d6.
Not even d6 to break through the position.
We have to solve the issue of this knight.
If you want to solve this issue, then maybe put queen to some other position.
Yes, we have to free the square to the
for example,
maybe.
queen e6 or queen c2
e6.
to free c6 for knight.
Queen e6 is definitely something we should consider. I think attacking on e4.
To make this position calm and gentle, not so urgent.
Yeah, but I think now you see what happens. Now black has really maybe I can even sacrifice and rook e8.
Queen d4, check.
You have some intermediate moves. Yeah. You even have this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's not the best move. Maybe we can.
She played e4, which we.
She played bishop g7.
Bishop g7? What?
Okay, I don't think this is it. I don't know what she was afraid of, but now after e4, I think white is again
better.
White has the grip of the position again. So this was a very critical moment, I think.
Yeah, it's sometimes a bit difficult to guess what Tan is thinking.
But now she really surprised me, and she blitzes out her reply. She wanted to
place queen out.
She takes her queen out, and does she want to play f4 now to force g4, maybe to force the closure of the king side? But
so many pieces are hanging in your rook, and I can simply protect with king g2.
Yes, also true. But what does she want? Does she want to take on e4 now?
Lace.
Surprised.
Yeah, Lace surprised.
I think she's surprised. She's not less than we are. I really loved e4 because it was opening the bishop, and now the bishop. We have this. Look at this position. This is a King's Indians all of a sudden, where white managed to get so much progress on the queen side.
Yeah, I think e4 is a crucial move for both sides. For white, if you play e4, then you manage to create your own pieces and then block the black bishop on g7, right? When you play e4, then the black bishop is blocked, and if black play e4, then you will just open up the diagonal for your own bishop, and then make counterplay. So it's a crucial move for both sides.
Yes.
Who make this move?
Who makes first? Yeah.
Yeah, who makes first? Who will get slightly better position?
I'm surprised, especially given that Tan loves to change this, to change the nature of the position like that with those such moves. Maybe she calculated and didn't like something.
Maybe there's.
I'm suspecting that she might have not. Maybe she didn't like this one. I feel like she. Well, let's say Rook A8. Maybe she didn't like Queen E6 here. This is a possibility.
Yeah, maybe. This position.
Or maybe she
better.
didn't like D6 here. Oh, maybe she was. You know what? I think she didn't like on Rook B8. She didn't like this because it looks as if White has some control in the position. And if the Rook goes to A8, then she probably
D6.
didn't like D6, and the pawn is hanging. So
it makes sense when you are playing, and this is your own game. There are more difficulties you see.
Your own pieces.
Yeah, my own pieces.
For us, it's much easier. I agree that. Yeah.
We're just talking. We can make anything we want. But for her,
this
situation.
You know, we can do this. Oh, we blunder. Okay, let's take one back. Yeah.
That's we always do that.
She cannot do that, unfortunately. So, okay, so she said, let's play it safer, but she must have understood that it means that she will be suffering a little bit throughout the game. But maybe it's not that much. So, first of all, there is this threat of knight c4, right?
Yeah.
And because the rook on c1 is hanging, so knight c4 is actually threatening to win an exchange. And let's say, what do we do? So first of all, we can move the rook, or we can move the queen and finally get some way to our knight. What do we do? I'm thinking about queen c2 or something.
C2 or queen c3?
Or queen c3.
Queen c3.
Yeah.
I prefer this one. The reason is I don't want your bishop to h6 someday.
So you want to put some pressure on e5?
Yes.
I wanted to keep an eye on e4 in the second rank. Okay, maybe it makes sense. Queen c3, let's say, and now.
And I will place my knight to c6.
And now knight c6.
Queen c2. This is your move, and Lei listens to you.
So she made a mistake. Basically, you're saying that Lei made a mistake. Right?
No, I didn't say that. It's not a mistake. Actually, it's also reasonable.
Reasonable, both. Yeah.
To protect e4.
Okay. So and finally, she makes way for the knight to go to c6. You know, when I think of it, your move to queen c3 makes a little bit more sense in a way that after knight c6, if black goes knight c3, then the queen on c2 will get under this knight e3, maybe with a tempo. But maybe it's overthinking stuff. So queen c2, it really looks very natural because we take care of the only square that is most. That was my reasoning.
I think
I want to take care of this f2 square to protect it.
I think queen c2 has more concentration on defending, and queen c3 has more concentration on attacking. I love attacking. I just want my pieces to be to attack the other pieces. For example, queen c3 and knight c6 to have combinations. To attack e5.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
idea.
it makes a lot of sense, really. But we can argue for both moves. And rook f7 has been planned by Zhongyi. Okay, she obviously this is a very natural move. She protects the pawn on c7. She wants to double because the counterplay along the f file is the main. It will be the main theme for the coming moves, I think, for black. As it always happens, so we should basically see, I think, some clash of plans. Black will try to create counterplay along the king side, while white will use the domination on the queen side to do stuff. Now, is this d6 doesn't work immediately, right? Because this is just nothing. We can go back with the rook, and then nothing really happens here for white. This is just lost. Okay, so d6 doesn't work, and 10 is going to walk again.
She walked a lot today.
So yeah, I think throughout the first 4 games she didn't walk so much as she does in first game, 3 games. Yeah.
Seems she are more relaxing now.
What happens?
She's enjoying it.
She's enjoying the game. Yeah, it looks like she feels good about the game. Although I still think that after e4, well, maybe that was her idea throughout the game. So she wants to start putting pressure, and maybe then once the rook moves away from the c file, she will.
I have one
White will have
question.
to take. Yes.
Is the double rook on f file really strong? I mean, is this really a concern for white?
Not immediately, I think, but eventually. Let's take a look. So, for instance, what do we need to plan for white? You know, actually,
I want to place my knight to e6.
Yes, I was just going to say that. So we go here, right?
Yeah.
This looks very interesting. So we want to go here. And especially given that we think your rook is going to f8, it will be even stronger, right? So we want to attack on e6. And what do you do? So knight c4 is a move, right?
It is.
It looks like a move. Now we are claiming that if b3 that we can take, but maybe it's the knight will be a little bit trapped here. Maybe queen b2,
b4,
b4, and now we have this. Yes, and if
you're waiting for knight
I
d6.
was waiting for it. I was planning for it all along. But what to do if you go to protect like that? Then maybe there is queen a5, bishop g7. Well, there is. Look at this. This is beautiful. Now the knight is hanging. We just yeah. That's lost. Okay, so knight c4 probably not such a good move. And
rook cf8 looks
rook
a bit
cf8
weird.
we go here.
Yeah, because after knight c5 you're facing a problem.
Yes, and another, by the way, another very important feature of the knight on c5 is that now anytime you take on e4, I can even recapture with the knight. So, and the knight here is very strong. It blocks this pawn.
Yeah, that's the point.
and with the pawn on f3, you don't have such a, you don't have any play along the f file basically. So I can protect the pawn, the pawn. I can play rook f1 even if I want. So, but look, Lei played, instead of knight b7, she played rook f1.
It seems.
And now we're after rook f. Okay, so she's ready. Basically, she wants to trade one pair of rooks, and by that she will reduce, greatly reduce Black's attacking potential along the f file, which makes a lot of sense. And she's claiming basically that this weakness goes nowhere, right? So I can always start attacking it. And eventually I will need to bring my knight to c5 and via either b7 or b3. And then I will go to e6. Sorry. Seems like a plan.
What's the problem after the f files opened? Black conquers this file. And
yes.
With queen f6, there are some certain.
But let's see what happens if I play here. So you take, I take. You take here, I take here.
Queen
and now
f6.
You go queen f6 and I go here. And what is this? Is it so bad? And I think I want to trade here another pair of rook, or I can, right now I even want to take on c7.
Bishop
what you normally do is
h6.
probably bishop h6 here, yeah, but okay, but what is this? So you can check. Yeah, you wanted to check?
Check.
I go back. Unless there was maybe some tactic with this check. Was there? Knight c4, knight takes c4. Oh, I don't see any tactics.
Is it possible
to take here?
No. Knight d5 seems.
So if you take knight d5.
Not really, because you have queen c5.
Check. No, no queen c5. We don't have queen c5 because bishop is e3.
Big blunder.
So we need to say play that. And queen takes a5. So these are the dangers in such positions, right? Because the king, in many King's Indians, all of a sudden you seemingly have a very solid position as white, and then all of a sudden there's fireworks and you start getting checks from all kinds of places. And but here I think white is doing okay, but probably not more than okay. So it looks like pretty equal.
Oh, no. I have so many blunders today. So many pieces hanging.
After the rest day, you're not in shape yet.
What happened yesterday? I just switched my brain.
Okay, so, so these are the dangers. There's not. Yeah, interesting. Okay, anyway, Lei played, instead of a rook c3, she made a very, actually it's a move that makes sense because she prevents the knight from jumping. But she might, what's going on? If we take here, is she not blundering?
She is.
Oh my God.
Is
I think she got a little bit careless here.
It seems she didn't see knight d5.
Now, if for instance, now if we take with the pawn, then I would
e4.
even consider e4. Yes, so this can be devastating.
This can be the end of the game.
This can be the end of the match.
Right.
She loses. Wow! 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 Wait. So knight takes d5. If it works. What if rook d5?
Queen
Well, I had a blunder. I thought the queen was on f6 and I would check. So, but wait, there is this check.
King g2.
And wow, and this is a mate. Oh my God.
And Tan also didn't
Wow.
see this.
So this is. Oh, she didn't take.
She didn't take. It seems both of them missed
Wow.
this variation.
So this is crashing. I have to admit, I suggested it by mistake. I thought the queen was on f6 and we are taking on d5 and then we have queen b6 check recapturing on a5. But this is even stronger. Wow! If e4 and then queen f3 is an enormous threat. And if you go here, then I have queen f6 probably, yes?
Wow, if Tan play like this, it can be a really beautiful game.
Wow. And it would be, wow, it would be
an important win.
A win with black, 2 games to go. Oh my God.
Actually...
And it's all forced. It's totally forced.
Yeah. Actually, she has enough time to thinking, but I can see that she wants to have more time prepared for the.
Well, this is if you don't consider it. So knight c8 is a natural move. You want to move, and as if nothing really happened. And you want to transfer the knight to d8, to d6, which is normally it's the ideal spot for the knight, right? Because you put pressure on e4.
Will Tan be a bit regret if she knows she has such a big opportunity?
Yeah, but you know, of course, it's unnerving to find out about such stuff. But let's first see how the game ends, because Lei has really not that much time. She only has 20 minutes on 12 moves, and the game is becoming much sharper than it used to be. So
knight c8.
Knight c8. So the most natural move, I think, would be to go knight b7. To first, we don't want to let the knight to go to d6, and we want to put our knife on c5. Our knight on c5.
I think I will not exchange your knight after you go knight d6.
So after
I will
d6
just
you don't take. You go here anyway.
To protect e4 and also to plan for knight e6.
Yes, and with the knight on c5. And she did it. Okay, great. This is a great move, and not because we suggested it, but it looks good. Yeah. And with the knight on c5, I think white feels much safer here, because the pawn is not really cannot be attacked, and there is it's a very important square. This square on e6, and. It's really annoying for black to face the knight on e6.
I have to say, if two top players are playing this position, they might control this position better compared with the women players. I think these players control the position much better than most of men anyway. So. But it depends on the style. For instance, I think, yeah, if you take, for instance, somebody like Magnus Carlsen, then he would
he would play f4 10 moves ago and not even have to deal with any of it,
yes,
right?
I mean, for Carson or like Ding Liren,
Yeah, one of the top
they might
players,
control this much better.
But sometimes, yeah, sometimes you miss, and it's the nature of the game. You can do nothing. I think, yeah. So b3 is really a very natural move, right? So you want to. She wanted to play knight d7, or knight b7. Sorry. So she prevents the black knight from going to c4. It's very natural, very logical, and all her moves were very natural. She protects the f file first, and it's just a blunder. And to be honest, I mean, if I didn't think the queen was on f6, I don't think I would even think about knight takes d5. It was just a miscalculation on my part that turned out to be okay. But it's easy to miss. It's not a very natural move to make knight takes d5
it's
here,
a difficult
right? And I'm not sure it does it even. It looks working, but what does the computer say?
It works.
It works. Okay, so. Yeah. Anyway, so nothing happened. This is the current position. Wow. Okay. So the players don't know that anything happened, right? It's only in our heads for now.
For them, nothing happens.
For them, nothing happens. The game goes on, and white has a slight edge. How do we proceed with black? So we want to take, before the knight gets to c5, we want to probably capture on e4, right? Before the white knight has the option to recapture on e4.
Yeah.
And so if we take, and we probably want to take, and now let's think, how can we...
f6. I like this move too.
Queen f6 to move to bring the queen either here or there. Yes.
Yeah, and to leave that diagonal for bishop.
You want and the bishop goes from. By the way, remember this queen c2. Why I wanted to place the queen on c2
f2.
To keep f2 because it's really the Achilles point here of white's position. So, and okay, so we play queen f6, right? Hoping to take. Bishop goes to g2, and now. So let's first consider the most forcing line. If we check,
Queen
c5 is impossible, so knight c5 is the only move. And what is this? White is a little bit tied.
With this interception knight, this diagonal is just safe.
The diagonal is safe. I would love to play maybe b4 to prevent white from playing b4. Maybe it's just, what do you do? If you take, I take. I'm threatening to go here.
Play king h1.
King h1, queen e1 is a very strong.
I mean,
before
exchange.
But I want to take on a3.
And I have
knight d7.
No, not really good.
I'm not sure you're so happy here. Yeah, because queen f2 is.
That's not really.
And if you take, then I take and I move my rook, and this will so.
Make so many blunders today. It seems.
But we have the luxury of taking back, so it's okay.
I think our audience knows what I did yesterday. I just went to the hospital and have an operation to switch my brain.
Nah, come on.
It's just a joke.
It can happen. Anyways, so b4 might be. Yeah, so I want to prevent you from protecting the knight on c5. And
b4 and there's a4.
A4. A4, I'm okay with A4, I think. A4 is fine by me because now I can start bringing my knight maybe back.
Can I ask one question? When did you put the bishop back? Or is it always there?
Which bishop? Oh, we took on F1. And we played Queen F6 and we played Bishop G2. You want to play Bishop H3?
Bishop H3 might be better because
I
there
wanted
will
to
be
have this
less-
idea, but maybe you're right. Maybe the Bishop on H3 is a bit better, but I'm not sure it changes much though. And now E4 is a bit more vulnerable, so we can have this move.
King G2.
King G2. Now I would play.
And
Now you threaten
knight
you're
D7.
threatening this, yeah. Yeah, it's a valid point. Maybe the Queen on B6 is wrongly placed, really, because if we don't have anything immediate, then why place it there? Maybe we can go. What is this?
Knight
This,
C5.
yeah, if you are able to install the knight somewhere here, you'll be fine. But still, I think the bishop on G2 is more important here because it doesn't really have much to do on this diagonal. I think we need to protect those two squares. I think. So this is what white wants to get, yeah? And what does black want to do? Let's clear it so we can see the board. Let's see again. If we go here, it doesn't matter. Let's say your move. And now we play 96, King G2.
I prefer white in this position.
You prefer white? Ah, you know what I have? Ah, look at this.
Damn again.
So the idea is that I can take on C5.
Well, I guess I won't take
You
knight.
probably don't want to take, but if you move the knight, then I was planning to do that.
Then I would take your knight here.
You take, and you take, yes? Yeah, I think while black is at least not worse here.
It seems to be a draw.
Because you're so... I would even... No, well, not better probably because... then you take and take on A3. And again, we'll have a next... We'll have...
No, you would take E4. Queen
Ah,
F2
we
is
had
not possible.
Queen takes E4. Yes, sorry. Okay. So it's really not so easy to play with white here, I think. Maybe we have to play B4. Yeah, B4 to prevent the bishop from going to C5.
It's unpleasant. Then you might play bishop D6 just to protect the pawn, and A3 is hanging.
Yeah, I'm not sure we are concerned about A3 so much. Or are we? Something like that. And you can go right. Yeah. Yeah, well, definitely it's not something white wants. But what will happen? Well, first of all, black needs to find this knight c4. It's not trivial. And maybe we can play b4.
B4. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is really what we wanted to do in the first place. But you know, with the knight on c4, we don't have such an attack anymore as white.
Then maybe I will switch my battlefield to the king side. For example, queen e2, rook f3. After queen e2, I will continue the threat to knight d7, knight e6.
Ah, knight d7. No, okay.
Not
so
now.
go here. You
F1.
go queen e2.
Queen 2, and then knight e6, knight d7.
Yeah, knight e6, knight d7 again
You know
is a threat.
why I like white a bit better in this position? I like this bishop more than the black one.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
more active.
It's a bit more active, although you know, if we go to h6, there I think they're almost exactly the same. both have those pawns that prevent them from really playing. But yeah, I think what makes the difference in white's favor a bit, if we don't blunder anything, is that this d5 pawn really gives us the option of the square on e6 for the knight, whereas black doesn't really have such a square. But we need to be very, very precise and careful here. So, for instance, if we play like that, now we need one move to consolidate, and then we argue that we start threatening knight d7 and knight e6, right? So for instance, if we go here, then this is good for white already. Yes?
Just slightly better.
Slightly better, yeah. So if we go something like that,
then I will offer draw. Just
no, but
joking.
now, as you said, this bishop also can become really, really annoying. So if we can block the queen from getting to the queen side, then you're right. Then we might start playing
Rook
ourselves.
F7.
Yeah.
And rook f3.
Interesting. So this is a tricky position. Okay, and then let's go back because we moved really forward. So here are the Tan is considering her options here.
She already
She
took
might-
10 minutes for this move, I think.
She already more than 10. She's
13,
for
15.
almost 14 minutes already on
14
the
minutes.
move, and she has a lot to think about, right? Because she feels that, but you know, it's one move too late to think. Yeah, if she spent 15 minutes here, I'm quite sure that she would have found this blow on d5,
Yes.
especially with her tactical abilities. She's
But just as you said before, you never know where to stop for more time when you are playing. Nobody's telling you that there's a tactical here and you have to concentrate more on this move.
absolutely.
It's all after the board you will see this.
And you know, this is one of the arguments why cheating in chess is so dangerous. Because if you do it wisely, you don't. For a strong player like Tan or Lei, you don't need to give the whole variation 5 times in a game. It's enough that if just in this position you would just let her know, okay, you need to think.
Yeah, then
Just think, concentrate, and she would find it.
Yeah, just like when we are doing tacticals at home, at
Exactly.
practicing, if you are told that there's a tactical, you will probably solve
Exactly. It's so much different than not knowing if there's anything. So you cannot burn time all the in every position, right, on every move.
I agree.
So this is the real problem with chess cheating, because it can go really unnoticed if done correctly. And this is a huge, well, we'll not discuss it too much here, but it's one of the main dangers. And when a strong player knows where to think,
That's enough for him or for her.
yeah, it's more than enough for her. Okay, so and she's thinking now, and now it's one move too late, probably. White is in time to prevent. So we're thinking, what is she thinking about? Let's take a look. Another option, I think, for black is maybe to go something like that. Is that an option, or is it too slow? Too slow, yes, because for instance, if we play h5, there is knight c5, and white is first.
Oh, she took e4.
She took on e4. I think the next sequence will be quite fast. White automatically takes. And rook takes f1. As expected, bishop takes f1. We've already seen that. And now I also expect Tan
queen f6
to play quite fast. Well, she actually, you know, I'm thinking maybe this is her plan. Maybe she wants to exchange the queens.
But
is it a plan or is it not?
What if I can just take the c7 pawn?
I'm not sure you can. I think you are playing with fire here because I'm attacking the bishop and f2 is weak. So for instance, if you go here, there's check.
Then you're gonna
and mate.
To be mate.
And if you go to, it doesn't. You cannot protect because check and take on f1.
What about
and
bishop
h3? Bishop h3. I have the check. I have anyway check on e1
check.
And
still
mate here. So you cannot take. And if you don't take, well, you probably want to go to knight c5, threaten this, and maybe this is, if we exchange the queens, I wanted to place the bishop on d4, or even, so you're threatening knight e6 here, or maybe it's not such a big threat, so I bring them the bishop, then knight.
Why do we bother to protect a3? Can I just take a6?
Ah, yes, you can probably, but if I take...
I would take c7.
You take c7, I check you. It was my nasty plan, that I win here. So, no?
Wait. Yeah, you win a piece.
Yeah, in king g1, let's show it. If king g1, then there is this discovered check. King has to go back, and we take the
Then I have another nasty plan against this one. I will not play knight c7. Instead, I will play b4.
Before?
B.
I will go
Yes, do you have
I think
bishop d4?
Maybe it's not. Maybe, okay, we don't have to let you. We don't have to lose like that. But this is normally it's not so easy to play, yeah, because if we go, there is still the check is annoying.
King h1.
And now we can maybe, we can start jumping.
Once black start to develop the pieces, white is okay.
Yeah, I also think so. I think black is certainly happier than white here. Anyway, she didn't go for the queen exchange. She played queen f6 as we predicted in the very beginning, and now Tingjie is thinking. I think she's choosing between bishop h3 and bishop g2, right? She heard us arguing which move is better, so she now has to decide for herself.
Oh,
she
she
chose your move.
Choose my move.
You see, once she chooses mine, once she chooses yours.
That's so fair.
She's very diplomatic. Okay, and what do we think black should play here? So we considered queen b6, which I'm not sure we really need to do. And if we just go, let's say knight d6, then knight c5 is automatic. We don't want to trade the knights, right?
No.
Because
it's going to lead to a draw.
Yes,
again,
it allows black to just get rid of this only weakness, and this is our only basically chance for an advantage as white. So we want to keep knight on c5, and we want to have the option to install the knight on e6 or d7 to some, because, well, if we manage to take somehow to win this pawn on c7, then we will suddenly have a very strong passer. First of all endgames will probably be winning for us as white, and even not endgames, black will need to find to deal with this pawn from moving.
And let's concentrate a bit about their time.
Yes, let's talk about it. So
18 minutes for late and 28 minutes for tan. There's 8 and 9 moves left. Do you think it's enough for them?
It's not a big time trouble, but I would say that in this position there are many hidden tactics. So, and I think white has to be more careful here from the tactics, as we have seen before, right?
Yeah,
all those sudden, because then the white's king is obviously weaker than black's.
Yeah,
now.
file is conquered by black.
Absolutely. So white would need to be, as always, basically as always in King's Indian, and the structure really resembles King's Indian a lot. So what normally happens in King's Indian? So black says white is winning on the queen side, absolutely winning. She might have 3 extra pawns, but black really doesn't matter because suddenly you launch some mating attack and game is over.
Sometimes black just give up the queen side.
Yes, just take all of that. Let me, and we have seen in many lines already today, right? So that there is the check on f2, check on h3, and on e1, and that's it. So white needs to be more careful than black. But if she is careful, then she has this extra, this long-term advantage.
Oh, she plays.
Oh, they play, okay, and now they played.
Just as a prediction.
Maybe tan is going for this forced line, you know, of knight d. If she plays knight d6 now, for instance, then she already did. So she's attacking on e4. White will need to address it, especially since the bishop is on h3. So we don't have
king h1 or king g2.
We need to spend a move on protecting the pawn on e3.
It seems the line we calculate before is going to happen in the reality.
And now, yes, and now black will have. Oh no, knight c4 is now. Knight c4 is maybe king h1.
King h1 maybe
is actually more precise, because on king g2 we have knight c4 and the knight e3 check, which is extremely important. So if white sees that, and I see no reason for her not to see it, so king h1 is more prudent here, I think, which makes knight c4 impossible because of knight d7.
Yes. There's no damning happened
anymore. Okay, and now but now we don't really threaten to do that because there is queen f2, I think. So black has time. What can black do with her time, though? So we can, there is this natural move to bring the bishop. But this weakens the pawn on e5. Maybe we can switch to your plan now of attacking the pawn, and there is no good way to protect it. So the bishop will have to go back, which is never very happy. And now after bishop goes back, we have knight d7 probably, and there is no escape to f2 attacking the queen, so we can just win it. And there is even no check, because the queen is, your queen c3 is so great, you know, the queen is everywhere. Okay, so king h1, and I think Li should see that.
You know, the only problem seems to be a bit unhappy for black after knight d6 is that you are a queen. It's not going back to king side so easily and in this position.
Yeah, so the queen is a little bit awkwardly placed here, I agree.
Yes.
Maybe she wants to play...
Or
no, okay.
maybe to develop on queen side to change a bit of the plan.
On the queen side. That would be interesting. So
Maybe
how?
a5.
A5 you want to play?
a5, b4.
But wait, this is a threat, right? No. Is it? So you cannot just play...
Maybe
wait,
not.
no,
I have
no,
knight
no.
e4.
We just spent two moves. So the queen is on c2 yet. Yes. So black doesn't play bishop h6. And now on yeah, right. So now knight d7 is not yet a threat because there is queen f2.
I might play a5 to develop.
So you want a5? So if you play a5, and you want to play maybe, no, a4, do you want to play a4 and knight c4, but I will take on a4, yeah?
Or maybe b4.
If you play b4, okay.
Then knight b5, knight d4, knight b5, knight c3.
Yeah, but this is so long. I think it's long. Okay, so I have to prevent you from playing queen f2.
According to Lace, she played. Actually, she was supposed to put her hand right beside the queen.
Really?
Yeah,
she almost played?
I saw the screen. She was planning to put her hand there, but then she moved her hand back and have maybe 10 seconds thought, and she played king h1.
Wow.
She's hesitating from these two moves. What is with king with queen? What is the move with queen?
No, I don't know. I cannot see a move with the queen. I really can't.
But I can see it's on the queen side, some piece.
Okay,
I don't know
so
which
maybe
one. Maybe
she wanted
between b4 and
she didn't realize that knight e4 is a threat. Okay, maybe. So what do we expect? Tan has to make a move now, and then it's not entirely obvious what she plays here, right? So I would consider maybe moving the rook. So, she also considered that. Yeah, she moved it to f7, and it's a very natural move because you don't want this to be over your head, this threat, right? All of those threats. The drawback is that what happens? So white can win a tempo.
Maybe check.
Check. I go to g2. Now, if you go back now I have already knight d7 crushing.
Not consider to go back. Maybe rook e1.
If you go to e1, I'm afraid I will take over somehow. Let me think. So I have this move, and now I think I threaten queen f2 and rook f8 already.
What about knight c4? You will play.
No, I don't. Now I don't care anymore. I just go here.
I see.
I'm threatening mate in 1, in 2. And when I threaten mate in 2, I don't care about anything. I'm very brave.
Knight
e3, yes?
Yeah,
but I can even take.
It's probably a blunder.
I can even take, or I think even this might work.
This
is not so good. Yeah, this I have
so
this. Okay, so but I take and I win. Queen takes here, and I take just.
And I will sign up.
So Yeah, so suddenly you lost control of the F file, which is not good. You can still maybe go back, but then I might ask why do all that?
Because white can play knight d7.
That's true. That's true. I cannot play, but you just
F1.
lost to tempi, so I can play maybe. Okay, this I don't want to play.
Actually, that's the idea for black to make you move your bishop out of defending.
Out of defending, yeah. Okay, maybe that's what she really wants. But I think that I might find some good move here. So maybe, is b4 a move here, or we never want to let you place your knight on c4? I think I want to play b4. Yeah, Lei is going to play bishop e6. And I think I want to cement the knight on c5. And then we'll start shifting my pieces, because I feel that now that your queen is stuck a little bit on the queen side, I want to move back to the king side, especially with the bishop on e6. But let's see how it plays out. So it's very interesting. And Lei has 13 minutes for 5 more moves. I think there is no pressure whatsoever. In this kind of position, now that everything is stabilized. Now, of course, if the rook was not hanging, then this would be. Ah, no, this is not a threat, because we have. Yeah, I was thinking for a second that maybe I'm blundering this move. And now check, as you said, because the bishop is not there.
King h3.
But king h3, and I don't
it's a
see.
safe place.
I don't see any continuation.
Safe
here,
house for white.
Yes. Safe house. 10 is thinking. She's really taking her time here. Well, first of all, she has time, so she can think.
It's actually important.
So she's probably considering a check.
Rook f1 check, or to go back to f8.
Oh, you know what? And again, knight
c4.
takes e4 is nothing really, because
Knight c4.
knight c4, I think I can even take. Or I can first take here and then take here. Just the rook. Right? Or do you have something special here? No, it doesn't look like. And if we go, so we tried rook e1, which looks natural. Oh, she gave the check.
King g2.
Okay, so now she can no longer go to f8. This is interesting. She can no longer go back to f8. Aha, she went rook a1. This is a move we haven't considered. But I think this is playing with fire. As we've seen, I think we switch back. Look at what happened. So now she took all her pieces to the queen side.
It seems
where white is has the advantage on the queen side.
It seems black has controlled the first rank, but it's useless because the queen is blocked. So this rank is just useless, and then f files means more for both sides.
Yes,
who conquers it, who has the edge.
I think, yeah, I think it was very, very ambitious.
I think
even a little bit maybe
not a good
careless.
idea.
Maybe a little bit careless. What's going on after rook f3? Wow, is this another? So first of all, let's see. Maybe she just wants to grab. Maybe there's nothing on the queen side, and we're just paranoid. Yeah.
Queen f2.
Queen f2, and I go queen b8. What happens here?
I have an idea. I
Do
want
I have to
play knight d6 first.
First of all, let's show what happens. So first, so now as we've seen, we want to checkmate in 2.
Yeah, checkmate in 2.
And if the king, we make this, for instance, doesn't help at all because
yeah, checkmate in
check,
4 maybe or 5.
check, 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 bam, right? Sorry.
So it's a real threat.
Okay, so this doesn't really help. Oh, and we cannot avoid taking the rook because if we go here, then we have this check.
King h8.
Oh, maybe it's not that easy. No, but this must be losing somehow. So if you go here,
Knight. Sorry.
I need to bring the knight somewhere.
Yeah, but I can't move.
But then we. Oh, maybe this holds. It's strange. Normally this shouldn't hold. Maybe we can bring the rook to d7. And now with the threat, suddenly this knight is doing a great job of protect.
She played queen.
She played queen f2. It's a bit the same, but in a different. Yes, from a different perspective. Well, different move order. So if 10 takes, then rook f3, and we come back to the same. Now, but is h5 really?
You know, there's big difference. You know, actually, I don't want to play queen f2 directly. I want to play knight d7 firstly. I want my knight to place on d7.
Yeah, but knight d7 there is queen g1 check.
After rook f3, and you take my.
I see what you mean.
You take my.
So you want this,
yes.
this, and now
I don't
knight
want
d7.
your queen directly back to b8. So this
yeah,
is,
but you can. But now you can't. You opened my queen, so I can go to either d4.
And I will.
Or even maybe
capture
a5.
c7.
How happy are you here?
I didn't think of that. That might be a problem.
Oh, maybe you're happy because you have suddenly you come from here. Okay, wait. So okay, so yeah, I don't play that. I will play queen d4.
Is that the same thing? If I play queen c6.
You take on. You can. Is 6 or 7 even?
7.
You even take on c7, and this is just one check, huh? Wow. So knight d7 was even stronger, huh? Interesting.
And the difference between rook f3 and queen f2 is that after you played queen f2, knight d7
is impossible.
is impossible.
Yeah, because let's show. So in the game, she played queen f2.
And the variation is just as we said, rook f3. But what's the next?
Well, it looks like white is crushing.
But after rook f8, king h7.
Wow.
It seems black can still handle this situation just for the moment.
Wow. Really? Oh. Let's see. So if we go rook d8, for instance, how can black even play here?
Queen a5, rook a2. I'm coming.
You want, okay, you want to go from here.
And that's a bit different.
And if I just go...
King h3?
This knight on d6, I must say, extremely annoying.
It protect and either attacking.
And if we go back, then you start attacking me, and I don't have any entrance points. Can I prevent queen a5? Maybe just before, then you play a5? Oh, so sorry. Are you threatening, by the way, to take? I'm not sure. I don't think you are threatening to take. Yeah.
You mean rook g8 and take g7 pawn?
No.
G7
Are you threatening to take? For instance, if I just make such a move.
Not really. If you take, then.
Because if you take, it's the same. I don't see how you protect from this checkmate. Haha! Wow. Okay, so this is a very interesting position, and okay, so you know what? If you're not threatening, then maybe I have something much more interesting. What about g4? Ah, but then you have this counterplay. Yeah, this is annoying. So this, if I take h2, take, there's nothing. I just go away,
risk a lot,
and that's it. Game over. So, okay, so b4, okay, we play b4.
b4 seems to be a nice move.
Both protecting the knight and preventing queen a5.
I like this move.
Thank you. And now, what about if knight? Then I think the knight cannot go here because then we will have queen f7. It should look like crushing.
And rook h8.
Rook h8 is a threat. Yeah, let's show it because it's very important. So, for instance, if black continues to have some ideas like of an attack, we have
mate in 2.
Rook h8, king must take because the bishop is pinned, and then queen g8. It's a known motif.
What a fantastic!
Yeah, it would be great, especially for white. But anyway, the knight will not go to c4. That's one of the reasons why we could afford ourselves to play b4, right? And I think it's fair to say that this extra pawn that black has really plays no difference here. Because
so what if I play a5, just as you say? I want to make it useful.
Okay, so I really want to break your position here, so I want to play this.
e4.
Now, since you don't have queen a5, you don't have anything
takes
immediately.
b4.
You take on b4, and now I take here. Now I think I'm really already near your throat, right? I want to really start killing the king here. But am I on time? Yes, so you play b3. b3 I just take. For instance, king h6 is now a checkmate in the middle of the... No, this is not checkmate. There's the knight. Sorry, but I think there is mate anyway. Let's calculate. Where is the mate? Ah, like this, I think. Yes.
King h6 again.
Check here.
King g5.
Oh, you have king g5. No, wait. There must be a mate here. Oh yeah, just like that. Right, and a mate with a pawn.
Wow, excellent.
Yay. Okay, so, but is it forced? And if you take here, I can get there with checks probably quite easily, right? So we check and get the same. So, okay, so this is a threat.
So I will not play
If you
b3.
don't play b3, then you probably need to either take or play g5. If you play g5, I think we have this. Now if king h8 I have... No, this is not good. Sorry, we have to show it. This we just take. And game over. Or is it?
Queen
Ah,
F6.
look at that. Check.
King H7.
King H7. Wow.
Wow.
What is this? So check. Bishop G6. Threatening mate in one. We're a rook down.
G4.
G4. I would love to play H3, but this probably loses even because of en passant. Wow. What a game. But what, and we cannot play here because there will be a mate. Because we are first to get mated. Wow.
Wow.
Check.
Wow.
We were attacking but got mated ourselves.
You know, the audience would like to see such a position happen.
Anyway, white
exciting.
probably.
Let's see, Tang has made her move.
She played Queen B8. Okay, which is.
Totally a defensive move.
Yeah, well, this is actually a move that we thought was the main one before we saw H5, right?
Yeah, right.
And we didn't even get to look at it.
But
so
what about knight d7?
Yeah, knight d7 now looks. Oh, and knight takes e5. Right, so if you go here, knight takes e5.
It seems to be a blunder. What do you
Wow.
think?
I don't know yet, but I think, well, h5 was very scary. Queen b8 is the natural move to bring the queen to the defense of the king.
But what's the calculation?
what's going
I
here?
think
Yeah.
knight e5 is.
Oh, and
kind
we
of
take
obvious.
on e5 on any move virtually. No, wait. Okay, what happens here? Knight takes e5. If we take here, and on
Knight
check we go here. So we can just and if knight d6 and queen takes e6. Look at this, how beautiful it is.
e7.
e7, game over.
Game over.
Yes? Looks like it. And if not, queen takes e6. If, for instance, we go back, then just knight takes e4. It's a piece up. Wow, is black losing here? So, queen d8. And she had plenty of time.
And she played queen
Did
b8.
she blunder knight d6?
I mean, it's.
Did she?
It's not a really complicated situation to be calculated, right?
Actually, yeah, 97 looks very natural. That's
Knight-
we wanted to bring it all the time, but we couldn't, right? Because it was.
Yes,
we
and
didn't have time.
then black suddenly gave white this chance to bring the knight there, and knight e5 is also obvious.
Yeah, well, this looks like it's. I'm not sure if h5 holds, but this looks to be.
It's a
losing
simple
immediately.
deflection, knight e5, I mean.
It looks. And you know what I just thought about? That if the knight, this pawn was not here, then we would have rook a8 with the idea of queen a8 with the idea of rook a2.
I would rather
It
this
would-
pawn is not there.
Oh, and by the way, no, I thought that maybe on a move like if not queen d8, then white might even have
Yeah.
this move,
Queen and
but I'm not sure it works. And to take here, because if queen
check.
here, then we have bishop g7. But white doesn't really need any of that, right? We can just calmly take and,
Yeah,
and
then
ask,
knight
and what
f7.
do you do? But wait, we're not threatening anything yet. So knight e5 is not really a threat. So maybe it's not, okay, maybe black is not really that bad. let's make a normal move.
No, it's spreading. I will play knight f7 and knight e after after queen a8.
Yes, okay, let's say queen a8. We take on e5.
Yeah, and
we go back. Let's
you
say
go back.
You want to play this, yes? Take, and now you take here. And you're claiming that this is impossible. Ah, this is a threat. We're threatening to take on g7 and queen b2.
Queen b2.
So this is not nice. And if, let's say, black doesn't, we can, if on this we even have maybe, look at this, this is nice. Go here, we don't
and there's
take,
still 6 minutes
here.
left for Lei to
look at this
play
beautiful,
the last 2 moves.
look at this beautiful variation.
Wow.
Yes.
You just create an amazing line again.
And white wins, yes.
I like your imagination and your creation of chess.
Yes, okay. With other people's pieces is very interesting. No, but maybe this is one of the ideas, because black would really love to have some counterplay, right? Okay, so I think she's.
What?
She didn't play knight d7, but she played bishop d7, which looks interesting, because the knight goes to e6, and I can relate to it a lot.
It seems Lei missed knight e5 again. I mean, they miss a lot of combinations.
Today, yeah,
Today.
there's maybe this free day didn't work well for them also, huh?
Or overslept.
Oh, maybe overslept. No, well, this is well, maybe bishop d7 it's good. It's interesting. Well, it's logical to bring the knight to e6. But I really loved the bishop on e6, because it creates so many mating ideas there. Unless we are missing something here.
We are not, according to the engine.
Yeah, okay. So the engine agrees that knight d7 is winning,
Yeah,
yes?
it's a crush. Knight e5, it's a crush.
It's a crush. Okay. And after bishop d7, maybe it's also a crush.
It's also better for white.
Okay, so let's see. The plan is that if we want to prevent bishop knight e6,
knight
it doesn't
e6.
really help because of this. Again, this is just a mate. But, oh, wow. Okay. So, knight d7, bishop d7, and Lei is surprised. And, Tan is surprised, and Lei has 5.5 minutes left for one move. It's more than enough. So she will, and probably on almost any move, she will go knight e6 now, right?
But I think it's better to bring the black queen to king side for protection. For example, queen d8 and queen e7.
Okay, let's look at it.
Yeah, I will not. Of course, I will not just capture the bishop, and I will give myself some protection.
Okay, and you see, this is the point. The knight on e6 is fantastically placed, but the bishop is totally out of.
What about knight g7?
Maybe she wants to take on g7, but okay, how do you break through?
Yeah.
I cover all the squares. So even if you go back,
so
the knight on d6 is fantastic. Yes.
With this knight and queen, it seems
wow,
it has been well protected.
I must say, I don't really.
And you know, after this exchange, there are more problems remains for white, especially the pawns or in the white squares.
Okay, maybe she has a more subtle idea. Maybe she wants, sorry, well, maybe that's the idea in the black plays queen e8. Maybe she wants to play rook f7 here, some sacrifice like that.
I don't think so, because after take, I
You
have queen f8.
Yes.
I'm forcing you to exchange.
But look what Tan did.
What?
We are not guessing any moves though.
What happened?
To us or to them?
To us.
That's the question. Okay, h6.
We are out of their minds.
h6.
h6?
We are, no, I'm not sure. What about knight e6 now?
Yeah, it's...
And rook f6 is coming. Now the queen is cut off. Maybe, okay, so maybe she wants to meet with knight e4.
I think it's a
But
good
I'm thinking
idea.
what happens on queen c2 here, and g6 is suddenly weak.
Yeah,
I'm
queen
not,
c6.
I cannot understand. What's the point? Wait. So knight e6. You said it correctly. We wanted to have the queen here. Maybe she wants to keep the queen on here.
But it's impossible. After I exchange the bishop, what's the point of h6? You're weaken your own king side.
Yeah, knight e6 played.
And 40
you know
moves.
what? And this is might be a threat. Queen b2 at some point. Queen g8. Did she didn't play it yet? Yeah. So knight e6 on the board. This is the current position. Wow, what a game! Okay. Do you know what? Here, there's this move. How do you protect the pawn?
Good idea. g5.
And Lei
Protect
made her
it.
last move. I think she
Yes.
will.
She'll get 30 minutes plus, and she will have plenty of time to finish.
And it's
this.
very important to have this time. Wow, but wow. When all and was queen d8 really possible here? We're not missing anything, right? Are we? Maybe the rook can be caught. So for if here, there, maybe. No, I thought maybe queen b2 and then rook f8, but this is not enough. This is crazy. Maybe she wanted to go here and then bishop e6, but this is so awkward and probably doesn't work.
I mean, after you bring your queen to the defense side, many problems has been solved.
Yeah, the queen really belongs here. Here, it just seems like it. But okay, maybe it's not trivial. Maybe, maybe she only looked at it for half a second. She saw that this doesn't work, and she said, "Okay, I don't want to let it go there with a tempo." So, and then she said, "Okay, I don't want to get mated." And actually, h6. No, that's the point exactly. So, for instance, if the pawn was on h6, let's say yes. So now she would have this capture, right? Because this is not mate anymore. So I think the point is of h6 that she wanted to be able to play queen d8. But yeah. Wow. And what to do now?
But it's a sharp position that white is just attacking, and it doesn't give black so many time.
Look at those two pieces. They are like, there is no counterplay. And they're completely cut off of the king side.
Mm-hmm.
So can we somehow?
Queen
Can we try to...
B6 again?
Ah, queen b6, okay, but queen b6, okay, so queen b6 is a move. So maybe nothing is so wrong yet.
Seriously?
But what happened here? What happens? Ah, now you have queen a5 back. Yes. And this is a threat. And if I play b4, you still have rook a2. Wow. Okay. But what, wait, so queen b6 is a move. But what if we just go back with the queen? And now the threat is rook f8 and then rook f7, I think. For instance, if you play here, right, we have rook f8. And now even maybe knight takes g7 or rook f7, I still think it's good enough. Because black only has, let's see, black only has one check here, right? And this cannot be defended.
Alec, I guess it's time for us to take a break.
You want to take a short
yeah,
breather?
40 moves. I think they will manage to have more time to think about this move.
Okay. Okay, so guys, yeah, we will take a short break, yes, 5-10 minutes, and we'll be back for the end of this game, which right now looks like
Lace having more
it's
more
Lay's game to
opportunities.
lose. Yes, she's in the driver's seat for sure now.
老师休息一下，
Stay tuned.
谢谢。Wow, seems Lay's going to win. come back to the fourth game of women candidates. I'm still Cho, and this is still Alec.
Although a little bit more tired than before, but we're still
here
with you, yeah. And what a turn of events again! I think Cho, instead of Queen F1 that we thought was winning with the threat which Black cannot defend, Lei went for Queen B2, and she played, you know what? And she played Queen B2 and Queen A5, allowing this counterplay immediately. And you know what surprised me? That she, first of all, after move 30, she did not walk up from the board, did not go freshen up, and she made this 41st move very quickly, less than 2 minutes, I think, she took on it. And it's a very, very, very known fact in chess that most of the mistakes, of the big mistakes, are made on move 41.
Yes.
Because you're still after this, the drama of the last moves before the time control, when you had no time, you had to rush yourself. And then when you have the time to relax, many players, experienced players, even if it's their move and they need to, their clock is running, they would even go up from the board, or used to, I don't know if it's allowed now by regulation, but and just, you know, clear your head, relax, take a break, take some breath, and then come back and make a move. And this is exactly what happened, because I think Lei, a player in her level, if she stops a little bit, she finds Queen F1 very easily, and she sees that Black really has no defense after that. After Queen B2, the situation is much more dangerous because, again, Black is threatening Rook A2. We don't have time to take on G7, as we said, before the time control because of Rook A2. And she now has to play Rook F2. And during the break, we calculated, and actually Tan has played knight takes E4. So this is now very, very tricky. If I would suggest, so first of all, what is the idea? The idea is that if you take on G7, that's the line we were talking about during the break, right? If White takes on E5, there is knight D3, attacking the queen. And if we are not quick enough, then Black suddenly starts to launch her attack very fast, very quickly. But what can White do? If we go to E8, I don't see any more than a perpetual. No, maybe, yes, it looks like only a perpetual, right? I don't see much more here for White. Just checking. And this is, of course, not something White wants to end in a game.
And we talk about Queen C2.
Queen C2 here, we also talk about, yes, we also took this idea, and the idea is that if
Queen
we
G6.
take on F2, then Queen G6 looks devastating. And it is. Right, because you cannot defend from mate, and you don't even have a check.
Actually, what is astonishing me is that Tan also plays fast.
Very fast, yeah.
And actually, it's more dangerous for her. So she's.
Yeah, but maybe she feels that this is a natural move. Although, yeah, I would definitely take here more time for on both sides. And here, I think Queen C2, the problem is, well, first of all, maybe this is a problem. Queen E1, is this a move? Oh, and we said queen b4 is probably a good move for black here,
Queen
yes?
e1 seems questionable because I have rook e2, right?
Queen e1,
Did
rook
I miss
e2.
something?
Let's see. I think you didn't miss. I think I missed. Yes, I missed rook e2. That's what I missed. I was
And we're
actually
talking-
going, I actually wanted, instead of rook c2, I think white has rook e2 also, instead of queen c2. But let's take a look at this one.
This is when we talked when we were having a break.
Yes. So queen b4, maybe we can now switch to...
Or maybe still rook e2 seems...
Still rook e2, and we
Strong
want
move.
to just take the knight, right?
I want this knight to go somewhere else, and I will take g6. That's my point.
Okay, okay, this is a fair point, and it looks like black cannot hold on to this knight. And we want to probably, if we cannot keep it there, then we want to maybe exchange this knight.
And I don't
No,
think
but we
it's...
lose along the light squares,
Yeah.
yes?
It seems to be a losing...
Ah, no, but we have recovered this square, so maybe
I will take with pawn.
you take with the pawn. And what, let's say, if we go like nothing happens?
And
Then you just go back and it looks
Yeah.
like, or is it? So we don't have rook b2 because of, maybe we do. Check.
did
Then
we
go
miss
up.
something?
I think we missed a lot of things here.
It
yes.
seems much
It looks that
likely to be an easy win.
White should have won. Maybe we should take here probably.
Take.
And now we take on g6, and now we threaten mate in 3. And if you go here, then we have rook f2. Right?
Yeah.
This looks better. Okay, so knight g5 is not a move. Okay, so queen c2 looks interesting, and I wanted to suggest this move. Is that a possibility? So we're not really threatening to take on e4 because rook a2, but we want to take on g7, and I think I just answered myself. Yes, there is this move. Or what did you want to suggest?
What about knight
this?
c3?
Yeah,
That's the move
this
I
might be
will
even stronger.
calculate.
I agree. Yeah, okay. So rook e2 is not the move. So probably queen c2 is a move.
I hope Lei will take more time.
Yeah, she should.
thinking.
She should.
It seems also to be a winning position.
And
here.
you know, in such a position, you know that you can even take 13 minutes here, because if you find the continuation, the rest will be very fast and easy.
I agree.
But what is there? First of all, she needs to
Calculate
to be sure that this wins, and it looks winning, right? There is not even a single check. So then she will consider, okay, what's going on with this knight, and black has two ways to protect: queen e1 and queen b4. Queen e1, as you said, probably runs into
She will lose this knight
rook e2,
directly.
and then there are no tactics or whatsoever, right? If we take, we just go up, and there's nothing. Okay, so the queen e1 loses, so we concentrate on queen b4 now. And after queen b4, you know what, even... Yeah, but this looks good, and if we take here... Sorry.
You mean...
No, but this endgame is probably... This is winning for white easily. We just win the pawn, I think. We take on c7 and we'll queen. Black has... black actually has 3 pawns for the... but those pawns are very crippled, I think. It feels like they're not going anywhere.
It takes some time
We want to
for
take...
promotion, but white is much faster.
Well,
be
maybe rook
promoted.
c3, what happens here?
Bishop c6.
Just bishop c6, take on
block.
c7, and if you play a5, I
I
will
would
just
take.
take and come back. I am not in a hurry. Yeah, this doesn't look so well for black. And on queen e4, there is not really much else. If we just... yeah, we cannot even keep the queens on the board because g6 is attacked. So is queen c2 really winning, huh? It looks like it.
Queen b4 seems to be the only move to handle the problem. Just for one move.
For one
but
move.
after rook e2, what to do? Knight f6 maybe. Knight f6 and then move the king back to e7. Oh, this idea again.
Like this, and here
I
go
don't know
back.
if I
Yes.
can handle it.
Okay, that's
Rook
at
e5
least you
maybe.
don't resign immediately. She played queen c2. Okay,
queen
she played
c2.
queen c2. Okay, yeah, you didn't lose in one move. But
Not this one because the bishop is
you know
hanging.
what else I was thinking? Bishop is hanging.
Or maybe bishop c6.
Yeah, well, I would like to win immediately, but maybe I can't. Aha, so you found a way to, let's see if we can improve here. Not so much. We have to take probably, yes. And now if we go here, then we still have a game. You take on b3. If you take on b3, maybe we have knight d4.
Knight f5.
And knight goes to f5, you go somewhere with your rook. Where do you go with your rook? Let's say for now here.
Or what about just take e5?
You want just to take e5? I wasn't sure I want to let you give me a check. I'm afraid of checks.
h3?
As somebody once said, a check is almost a mate. So, and if we start, what's the threat? Start running.
No threat, it seems.
I prefer maybe to run with this guy. No, there probably is a threat. I'm just not sure.
e1.
Over this.
Oh, Oh,
Nice.
nice move.
Yes, thank you. But you know what? Look at this.
Wow.
We don't have this because there is white is the first
Mate.
mate. It's probably nothing of it is forced. But no, but this might be winning actually, right? Because where do you go with your queen?
Anywhere you go, I will play knight f7
Knight-
and knight h6.
Yeah, knight f7, knight h6 at least. Now we can do what? surprisingly, black's position is very resilient. Yeah, it doesn't collapse so fast. Although here I have a feeling that it should end soon, very soon.
It should,
But it doesn't for some reason.
not f5, back again, and rook e7.
Yeah, that's a plan. But if so, then maybe we didn't even need to do all that. In the first place, we could... the knight was not on f5. Okay, yeah. She played queen e1.
What?
What?
Seriously?
What did we miss?
I mean, I have a lot of surprising today.
Yeah, almost every move is a surprise. But what did we miss? What happens on rook e2? I am officially puzzled.
Officially puzzled. What is the point? I guess they would just get my emojis like astonished.
Well, I think it's time we both speak something, but I'm not sure what.
She played quickly.
Oh, she played rook e2. Okay, okay. At least she's Lei's thinking the same as we are. It looks like. Okay, well, let's think. Rook a2. There are no tactics, right? Rook a2. We just take on a2. Queen c3. We take on e4. Maybe it's some unfortunate miscalculation on Tan's part. I don't know.
That was quite odd. What happened?
It's odd. Well, it's a move you want to make. Maybe she was occupied with some calculation like rook f1. It can happen sometimes, you know, when you get into a mode, when you see one move and you get really occupied with calculating this move. And then you simply, it just falls out of your vision. There is another move. And we might see her even resign here after this, I think, because this is... Oh, maybe not. Maybe she will go, or she'll play something like queen b4.
Just as you said, there are so many pawns on the queen side, and then to move forward. But
wow, this is really unfortunate. And now, you know, if she loses this game, which now seems likely, that missed win of knight takes d5 earlier on will haunt her a lot, really, because
this game means a lot.
Yeah. If it's a decisive one, and then really, then tomorrow Tan will basically have her last chance to equalize, because I don't believe she will have many chances to win with black, because Lei will play very safely the last game if she has a point.
Or maybe
advantage.
if the last game Lei will play e4.
Or well,
Maybe.
no, but on e4 there is Sicilian. You don't always want to give your opponent a Sicilian when you need a draw. Although even in a Sicilian, it's one of the maybe even a more correct approach is to play very tough when you need a draw, but to force your opponents to go into some line where there is a forced draw or something like that. But okay, there's still 2.5 games to get there, so 1.5 games. But wow, yeah, this is very, very unfortunate for Tan Zhongyi, because she had a at some point she had a win. Let's make a short recap, because here it was back in this position, right? When white played b3, which is a little bit careless. So black could have taken on e4, f takes e4, rook takes f1,
And knight d5.
and knight takes d5 was an astonishing, surprising blow, because now white cannot recapture with either rook f to d5, because there is a forced win.
Checkmate.
Well, yeah, it's almost a checkmate. Maybe not a checkmate, but this is game over. Or if the pawn takes on d5, then e4 is and the white's position really collapses. If we go to d3, there's check, and queen f3 check, and if the king goes here, bishop d4 check, and a mate on f1. Wow. Right, maybe we were too harsh. Maybe it's not such an easy win. Maybe black can... and if we go here...
G5?
There's g5. Or rook e5 even, yes. Rook f5 even, yeah.
F5 is better.
And this is crushing. So it was, yeah, it was really forced, all of this. And instead we end up in this position after, we might say there were quite a few inaccuracies on the way for both sides. White could have ended it much earlier and easier, then black could have held the position more. But now after rook e2, I really cannot see any move for black. Sorry.
It's probably a missing line for black.
Yeah. Wow. What a game. But it was a very, very sharp game. And just goes to say that, you know, when there is there are a lot of tactics, you end up making mistakes. There are games where you could make no mistakes. For instance, in the previous game, both players, there were like 98% accuracy of their moves.
Yeah,
so there were no mistakes because the game was much simpler and, to make. But here, the game is much sharper. Okay, so yeah, and Tan went for this queen c3 and rook takes b3, but I think even after queen takes g6,
it's gonna be an end.
Okay, so she's hoping for check and queen f1 check, but I think
Rook
even after
G2.
rook g2, I don't see any salvation here. And I'm sure that Lei will take her time here to make sure she absolutely misses nothing in the calculations.
Or even with knight g7, it's a winning position.
And then knight g7 is also probably just going into an endgame, yes?
Or bishop e8 to attack.
Bishop e8 is also interesting.
It's also a simple line.
Well, this is more, I think, it feels more like
A safer winning.
Yeah, but I would, no, I don't know, I would go for something more direct. I think either I would take, but I think, no, I think I would just go to, I would calculate
this line.
this line.
If
Make
white
sure
is
I'm not-
sure this line
I'm
works,
not
then
missing.
this can be the first choice.
For instance, I would make sure that I don't miss something like that. And with all kinds of perpetual
G4.
checks, which could be, for instance, like that. And
King H4.
because if I go here, then suddenly I lose, right? I need to practice on my drawing abilities. But this is,
H4.
yeah, but this is a draw.
Ah, this is a draw.
And if I go here, okay, so this I think is still a win, but
It's a win.
it's a bit scary. Although it's very easy to calculate, and you see that eventually black does run out of checks. So you can go into this,
It's a forcing line.
and it's not really forcing in a sense that I can even take like
take
that,
With
and I can go here.
and it's
But this
Rook G3.
Rook G3, you go from here.
And King
H4, but maybe
H4.
King H4 immediately then,
and
and
King
just
H5.
run here, yes. So you will give many checks, but I will give one, but it will be much stronger eventually, yes. So, but anyway, I would, you definitely want to take your time and calculate all of this. So you want to be absolutely sure that you don't run into some perpetual, and probably all captures here are okay, I think, because even this is even maybe the simplest, because now you just cover with the rook and there are no more checks. But again, you don't need 3 lines that almost for sure win. You need one line that doesn't, that you are absolutely sure there is no no perpetual. So, and she has 6.5 minutes, which is more than enough for that. Yeah, well, very, very unfortunate for Tan, and very fortunate for Lei, yes, because again, she was pressing the whole game. Apart from this one spot in B3 when she missed the first win, the first loss from her side, she pressed, and maybe she made some tiny mistakes here and there, but
she's leading the position.
she was always, yes, she was always pressing, and okay, she calculated until the end. I think we should see King H3. She will now play very fast.
Tan is now trying her last
chances. Yeah, actually, I think there is even. Yeah, well, White still has to watch out not to play something like King H4
Bishop
and not to run
F6.
into Bishop F6.
And if you
And
play
suddenly
King
you're-
H4 and then you're checkmate.
And suddenly you are lost, yes, because this runs into Rook B4,
B4.
or Queen E2 check even, whatever. And the King H5, you are getting mated all of a sudden. So important not to make this King H4. It's the last obstacle before the game ends in a win. And maybe Tan will continue and play even something like Queen F6. What do you think?
But White is one piece up. It can be an easy winning game. For example, after exchange the queen, and I would take C7,
Yeah,
and I have a pawn is going to promotion soon.
Yeah, it looks absolutely hopeless.
Hopeless. But actually,
Wow.
this, I mean, if Lei wins, this end is just sensible because she almost leads every game.
In 3 out of 4 games, she was better, yes. But still, you know, in chess, you count points and not the better positions eventually. So You can be better in all 6 games, but make 5 draws and lose one, and you still lost the match.
It happens.
And
there are some players who are more confident when she's slightly better, or she's gonna find more opportunities in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yes, it depends.
But now, after this win, definitely is Lei's match to lose, because she's absolutely in a very commanding lead now. Well, not so much the lead. 1 point lead is not so much, but there are only 2 games left. And again, if we think that White will win this, and she should, there is really no reason she shouldn't win. And more than the lead, it's the way she got this lead. She's really playing well and confident. But that being said, we enter the last 2 games of the final candidates match, and I think the nerves will start playing. The sooner you get to the finish line, the closer you get to the finish line, the more nervous you become. Especially, as you said, for Lei, it's her first really such a big event, right? Well, world champ. Basically, she's 2 games away from a world championship match.
Yes.
And the bigger this match becomes, the more aware you become of every move, right? So in this respect, I think Tan will have some psychological hopes that Lei will start. She might get cold feet, and start thinking too much about what each game means for her, and not about the chess. And then the trick to avoid it is normally just saying to yourself, okay, I forget, it's not a world championship match, it's nothing like that. I just play chess like I played in the first 4 games, and I continue playing like that. And we shall see if she's able to do that. And now you see she avoided King H4.
She moved it on.
She played immediately. G2.
And let's talk about something beside this board. Actually, I have never seen Lei in any of the meals. Breakfast,
really?
Lunch, dinner. Have you seen her?
No, I haven't. But I'm skipping meals myself, so I'm not sure.
I took almost every meal, and I never seen her in a dining area. But I saw Tan sometimes. So
yeah, I saw actually today. I ran into Tan in an elevator on the way to the breakfast.
So let's guess what she's.
Maybe she's having her food in the room, or maybe she's going. It's interesting. I don't know. Yeah. So Black is probably considering a resignation now, I would think.
Or Rook G3 to
well, Rook G3 maybe, but when you look at Rook G3, and then you eventually understand that any move White makes wins. So she cannot. I think she can't even. Oh no, sorry, not any move. This loses. But if she doesn't play King H4, it's very funny. Whenever if I watch some live, she played King, Queen of 6. Yep. So I'll just finish this. Anytime there is a Peter Svidler and Jan Gustafsson, they do a lot of commentary, and Peter used to say a lot like any move, you can make any move, and anytime he says it, Jan would find a move that counterfeits this whole point. So you should never really say any move unless it's really any move. So anyway, after Queen F6, we should, I guess, expect Queen takes F6, Bishop F6, and Knight takes C7. And white is basically a piece for a pawn. Lei is calculating, maybe she's looking for a forced win.
Yeah, E4, it's still not so clear because black has so many pawns.
Black has only one pawn.
And two on the queen side.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's say no more two pawns. And I think
E3?
Yeah, but I have a light squared bishop. Sure, again, I will need to be minimally, very minimally careful here. But I don't see any way it can be any real trouble for white. But maybe she's considering to keep the queens on the board, which I would think would give black a little bit more practical chances. Of course, it's everything is winning for white here, but
for example, Queen E8.
Yeah, Queen E8, King H7. But here you see
Knight G7.
Knight G7. Yeah, it's also possible. Maybe even wins faster. Because on Queen takes G7, you have Rook F2, right?
I have Bishop F5. Actually.
Ah, you have
I want
Bishop
to cross your.
Sorry, Bishop F5 is win by force.
Oh, she took.
But she went the safe way. I think I would have done it the same, especially given that I have 5 minutes on the clock. Because now, you know, it may take longer.
F2. It's a good move, actually.
Rook F2 is an important move. I agree. It's an important move. And she even goes to Rook F7. Yes, she wins the second piece.
Yes.
By force, almost. And if Bishop E7, then
Bishop
she played Bishop G5. I don't think I would be able to resist taking on C7, to be honest. Ah, look, there is this nice mate. Here, I go here, and then I check.
Rook F8,
and
Rook F5. Wow. Beautiful mate. Fantastic.
Yeah. What else can we do? Maybe this one is the actually, you know, maybe this one is the easiest, but you should
not really, because there's a long way
now
to
suddenly you will need to calculate some lines.
Yes.
So you should at some point, you should at some point
Knight C7 seems more.
Tell yourself, okay, I calculate some lines, but I make it really once and for all. I decide the game. Another idea might be to bring the king to G6 and checkmate, which might not be a bad idea either.
It's also a good idea.
It's one of those positions that you can afford yourself to do a lot of things.
The king is hopeless. I think the fastest way to win is just to make it in the corner.
Yes, because these three pieces are really complete each other so well. So Rook F7 is maybe the most natural move here. We want to make this battery, or even you know what? Maybe Knight F8 is a move. Knight F8 is maybe the best, the fastest. Ah, but okay.
But you know, among all this, I would like to take a pawn
On
first.
yeah, right. And because then
That's a
you
piece.
then you just
Yeah, then
you
I
just
have one
run
pawn
and-
that's going to be promotion soon.
let's see what the, the, the problem with such positions is that you have so many choices and you have to pick one. And this looks winning, and this looks winning, and most of them really are. So she went for King G4.
King G4.
She really wants to mate, I think. And what do we do on Rook D3?
Knight C7. I would
You
always,
want to take.
I
But-
would always like to
But
take
I think
it.
she wants to go King H5, really. And now on taking this, suddenly there is Bishop E7.
And then suddenly you don't know what
And
to
you don't
do.
win, and you didn't. You know, when I was young, I don't remember who said it, but some strong player said that if you have a choice of mating your opponent and taking a rook, always take the rook, because the rook is always a rook, and the mate might not be a mate.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I agree. So I would like to take that pawn. That's a pawn.
a pawn is always a pawn, yeah.
E4.
She played E4.
It
yeah?
make this position easier.
Yeah, E4 is a move.
I still like knight C7 or check.
Yeah,
And
check looks good.
Check.
Now check looks good.
And knight C7.
And if we go up,
I really like your plan. Of knight A.
Of knight E8 and bishop
and
F5,
check,
yeah.
Checkmate.
yeah, and the bishop really didn't. King on G4 really is not needed for that. Oh, and we are threatening this mate. This is also a mate,
Knight
right?
E6.
It's also nice. So she
Check.
checked. Easy move for black.
Hard move for white. Choosing again.
Take. What else? What else can we expect? Is there... H4.
H4.
Oh, she is...
What
It's still winning,
about
of course.
E3?
E3 we take on G5, I think, and E2,
E2.
G6. Ah, it's not a mate.
But you can take the pawn back, G6, and knight F4. F bishop.
No, you know what? Not so easy, because there's
There's
King
a
D7,
capture
King
and
G7. No, okay, yeah,
rook
that's still
D-
winning.
rook
Yeah.
E8.
Okay, whew,
Wins
almost.
anyway.
Bishop D2. She will finally take, I hope. And but now look, she really created herself some problems with this pawn, because again, it's still winning.
Yeah,
it's
it
still
forced her
easily winning, but
to checkmate in 3 moves.
but sometimes it's what you want to win in the surest way possible, but you end up messing up and making life much more difficult for yourself. And she's down to her last 2 minutes.
Yeah, knight
So-
C7 is going to happen.
She will not play knight C7.
Oh,
Yeah,
why?
because she's now she's
D4.
concerned about this. But now she wins by force by knight F5. The rook has to move, and there is
knight
bishop
F5.
F5 and knight E6 mate. So actually knight D4 was even winning here. I think it was the fastest win by knight D4.
Without H4.
Without H4, but okay, H4 played doesn't ruin anything. The beauty of this position for white is that you have so many wins. So
You have
it's
so many
really
winning choices.
difficult to
choose.
ruin anything here.
King G7.
Yeah, you think King G7 will be played?
Then will be an easy play. I would just
And
take.
we can pick up all the pawns?
Yes.
All the pieces, sorry.
This will
not
be more
pawns.
clear.
How would we, if we needed to, how can we continue with black? Yeah, not so easy. Those three pieces are extremely strong together, knight, bishop, and pawn. And
Please count down my king and 4 pieces.
yeah, okay.
It's also helping.
Well, not in this mate. This mate, they would do well without the king even. But yeah, king is helping. King is important. Maybe she will play this.
That's helpless. That's a mating in 3.
It's still in 2 even, yes?
2,
we
yeah,
still
in
don't
2.
take the rook, we go for the
Right.
mate. Although we just said that if you can take a rook, you always take a rook. So this is the exception for this rule. Here we take the mate, although we could even take the rook, I think. Not so bad either. King G7 was played. Yeah, so we expect knight takes B3, knight takes D2, and after E3, just knight F3, right?
Easy win.
2 pieces is really more than enough. Yeah. This is game over. Yeah, not a very happy day for Zhongyi. She will still play, hoping for last minute miracle. She keeps on playing. King E7, I think. Bishop C6 is on the board. Now King F4 comes, and this is the end of the game, I think. Yeah, and Tingjie is in the lead. 2.5, 1.5. 2 games remaining, and the finish was impressive. There were really not much black could hope for.
Tomorrow will be a big pressure for Tan. If Lei wins another game, then this tournament is over.
Yes.
So she would rather to give it a draw or win.
You think? I think she will go. I think for her it doesn't really matter a draw or a loss tomorrow. There is not really a big. Of course, if she can choose, then a draw. She would prefer a draw, but I think if she can go into some very sharp line where all 3 results are possible, she would definitely go for it, because she knows that if she doesn't win tomorrow, it will be extremely difficult for her to win with the black. Although people have done it before, but it's very, very difficult to win the last game. With black, especially when your opponent needs the draw. In an open tournament, it's different, because your opponent needs sometimes maybe a win also, or a draw, or whatever. But here, your opponent needs just a draw, and she's white, so you don't really want to get into that in this situation. So yeah, it will be an all-out game tomorrow, I think, which promises us a very interesting game tomorrow.
I think there will be win, or there will be one person win tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So you think we have a result? We'll have either win. Somebody will win tomorrow. You think? Yes.
I think so.
Okay. In 24 hours we will know. Yes?
That's my prediction.
Your prediction. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there is no draw tomorrow. Yes, so.
Okay, thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow we'll still be here at
3 o'clock local time.
Local time.
And it's UTC +8, I think.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.